I also, I don't speak like sort of didn't get the punchline, the black part before that we on. Oh no, yeah, he definitely have like I don't even know the name of that was the front end of that show about sweating less. Like what was so he died. He was the only one around. Well, there's a joke right there. I like if you're into it, you almost have it refer to. But yeah, having a step up. Going along, happened. Armand, I was born and raised in all these things. And that's because my parents come from a Christian baseball and well, it's interesting because I started kind of tell me I and stories for something important. Anyway, well, but I found a new way to do my accent and it's called there's some words that I can't spell. One of the experiences when I would like my all right. There's a hard to pronounce some words. But all right. But was like, this is perfect, bro. Wearing that costume, right? what kind I mean, there were definitely always language or like any kind of words of very wordplay and all that. Well, we're just being honest. The way like would say, but funny way with the joke about the audience and I don't like myself. I'm like, when people are just but I felt like the more you I together, but I have a question. Done this. So I'm lost. How much of the 6 minutes was violent? 20. It was great. I got to open my let me tell you why. Nelly would bring her show on an average, like a special format of a show. Normally, trying here by the press. Fine. That's what comedy and me. And I would watch it. What's everyone has their own take. Not everyone will like it. It's all about finding like nobody does. And like burning away that oh shit. That's a lot of oh yeah, that's cool. This is exciting. By the way, and I don't even know whether you asked Probably hardest. Oh, it's something so hard in the military. I've been in the military. Once you have read about how I was there, you're allowed to. Yeah, I understand you want to talk about how many. I've heard it. Right. Yeah. That that you're in it to win it. That's like that's sort of like pro shit. You know what I mean? You acknowledge something with your background where right direction you're going in. Very sorry about that. You were tired. I can tell that you're brand new by how fast you're going. Yeah, well, I was on the sunset trying to get my attention. Right. I really don't want to do automatic toilets. I did it under a minute. But actually, from license. Say so true. So I actually worked as a contractor after 9 from it. Question.
Test. Yo, dog, I'm just testing the camera.
Yeah, exactly. Works. Style. Graduate. Oh, red man. I'm crying. Away. Every regulars go on always. The first of our 2 regulars, really confident.
I was walking, and a guy walked by me. Hard. What is that? Go down this ladder. You know, it's like saying, I choose you. You guys remember being really young and like 4 minutes and now it's getting time. One of my favorite hobbies is watching my high school friends blush with weight. Okay, so people have friends that commit suicide, and they always say, they didn't show signs. I have no idea. People will show signs of on life. Like girls become very big consultants less.
And they already had some ideas. That's right. A little bit flattering thing, like almost like about the fact that like what if you're flattered by realizing all the time works for everybody, you know? It's not hard.
Yeah, I thought of that too.
Maybe that's exactly how it is. Like I saw her and during my always say part premise that I like dropped out of college, talk about watching your friends watching
I have about how I like there's still the same content, but like different. Like those girls, they're like high school, but high school.
Facebook, like the hot dog concept. Hot dog. Definitely something. Totally. It's almost like when you read the status of or whatever the one is status of looking at their profile 185. They're fattest. Right. Just look at everything. Analyze Facebook and figure out where the fat is. Whether it's so much there. I am glad. Whatever. It's hard to explain right, but
All of
yeah, the front end,
those are all this.
right? But when you're in high school or college or whatever, it's a lot. There's a lot. Together, be always fun, always Sarah wine shake.
Get a Rice Krispie treat. Mind-boggling. Thought of these. Type of psychotic genius, guys, thought to make Rice Krispies with melted marshmallow. Takes a special mind. Imagine a college student that was stoned. Nothing was in their kitchen except for the marshmallows left over from Thanksgiving yams, pounds of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Yeah, olive, aloe, well, and much like Elmer's
most first go right to right.
Yeah, well, I watched about the crackling pop with you guys talk about race. I don't want to but I was like, is that too far? Is that too far?
Mom's bleeding. Your gums always bleed. Normality.
Well, like, I eat a rice before, wrong, give her my so I said, what? That was an expectation. I didn't like it.
Going above the malo, if you will, all that. Fine. That was all in there. Definitely punched up. First time. I like the girls. Then it's like the character. Plus, very different.
Yeah, like, how I feel, but when I have it,
Or like the bad. Bad. Yeah, it is. Or her, right. They're not like angry about race and white, but I think which
yeah, no.
are you pro race discrimination or unfortunately run out of time.
Ted, Ted, Ted.
That was. We had aggressive foreign people. We had melt from one guy. I mean, meltdown. That's where I gave. What's a 38 episodes times, we'll say 15, 20 comedians. But last week was the first time that a comedian ever freaked out so bad that he left out of that door. He exited. Right. I'm pretty sure it was just like a rooftop and not a stairway that he still would have just jumped out of there. He was up very quickly, no hesitation. Yeah, it was a crazy episode. A lot of fun feedback. A little bit of audio. Yeah, we had a MP3 recorder that I have been using for about 90 to go out in the middle of recording last week's episode. Thank God we had it back. But it was, not only did we have some of the crazy stuff, but like I even focused in on the MP3 recorder on the video, and it was showing it was recording the whole time. So fucking could have been the ghost. You're the ghost. Now I get what Vito from the Duke Talk show always talked about. So I spent the weekend in Traverse City. We have that was insane. I just had a comedy winter festival. And Foley and filmmaker Michael Moore. That was around a lot of snow. It was we were inside. I mean, you could go from one place to the next, sort of bizarre. Like there's no really I just forget that there's like the people that live there are so used to it. Really, that was always pretty much the first 5 minutes of my set. With every set were these eager loads of people, and I just like, what the fuck are you people doing here? I don't get it. There were some people that were riding this Ferris wheel that was in the middle of the street, the middle of this festival. It's like 6 degrees out. But anyway, it's always great when you get off that plane. Fucking 75 and sunny. Anyway, so if you guys didn't know anything about the show, you know that our head of security quit the show in a devastating move. Said that he got too big for the show, and that he wanted to move on to bigger things. And if when coming to the show, they'd be waiting by which I think. Oh, all right, you listening to the podcast. Brian just poured water on a doll, and now it is against the battery. People in the front row are loving it. And so anyway, since he quit, we've been replacing him each week with a different kind of patriot. Our first patriot had a speech impediment. Yeah, I had Josh by Iron Josh. Our second one was the first ever Iron PDC. Oh, yeah. Yes, Iron PDC was great. Last week, from Billy Bill Lobster. Yeah. And we had, last week we had the first African American. Yeah, and also, we had a surprise appearance by the first ever homosexual patriot, the Iron Gatriot. Yeah. And that was very well. This week, we are debuting yet another new patriot, everybody. I present to you our first ever Mexican patriot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Cholo Patriot. Oh, but lady. You do have lights there. I love that. I like the film. I love that. That's fucking great. I love the bandana. You have your own take on this. I really like that. See? But yeah. Is that a gun? Do you have a gun? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that one. Fuck yeah. First. And then
we had a Black Patriot last week.
Oh, yeah. We're an American Patriot. They'll poke a hole in what I mean. And I mean poke a hole in your champ. Yeah, something like that. So you want us to, what are we calling you? The Cholo Patriot?
Just Mexican, that's fine. I mean, actually, that one up here.
Now, who, the Mexican Patriot, who are some comedians?
Bill Burr. George Lopez.
Oh.
George Lopez. I love it. Bill Burr, George Lopez.
Okay, well, it looks like you have a pretty extensive list. Yeah, comedy, security. Yeah. Oh. Sweet, we might have a Mexican woman be the Patriot. She could be the irony Patriot. It's their mates. You get it, everybody? All right. I hate it when people make that noise. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have. So let's get this thing started. Thank you. Put your hands together for the Mexican Patriot, everybody. Started. Episode 30 of Kill Tony. And every week on this show, I always have two of my funniest friends who've been with me. Yes, and two of my funniest pals, everybody. You know him from Last Comic Standing and his own Comedy Central 1 hour. Chris Porter, and the winner of the HBO Action Comedy. Wow. Third.
I got podcast.
Good to know you've been busy on Monday nights. Good to
Call.
I got locked out of my apartment, so I mean, not that I wasn't gonna come.
Did someone in there? Did someone lock you out? I don't know what the fuck happened. But I left part of the door handle came off of my hand. Was he angry? I mean,
and I was like, oh, I'll just put that back on, which I did. And I was like, problem solved. Came back 6 hours later with friends going, let's listen to record. It's shitmate. Like, cool. And then my door. What about, like, you give a super or something?
Maybe you went to the wrong place. You were already shit.
I don't know. Pretty sure it looked like my place. Nobody can help you with that. Well, the super was there. All right, we had to rush him off again.
I know the problem. I know you.
Yeah, I know. He was also a fan.
Oh, nice.
So I thought of anyone he would think of.
Oh, yeah,
But apparently it's not as easy as the honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad to have you guys. You guys know the deal.
You can know research this week?
Oh, yeah. Do you have any questions for our guests?
Yeah. So I know, amigo, goes to los compadres. Yes, I do. Is there a problem? Yeah, how do you take your margarita? There's a special way. You take a straw and I suck them down. Because when I went there, I asked for a margarita. They said, would you like the Kirk Fox special? I like it strong, not sweet. Is that what you're getting at? Yeah. Well, they have it on the menu. Say the Kirk Fox special. Strong, not too sweet. Cadillac, but I don't want the fire in there.
Oh, Cadillac.
Yes, sir.
That's Grand Marnier.
I'm not pronounced that way. Mexican compatriot. Yeah, Mexican compatriot.
I looked it up earlier. It's Don Quixote del Hierro, the Spanish Iron Patriot. Grand Marnier and
You probably speak American. Oh yeah, you would see it. It's one of the smell like a. But I think leading edge technology. Logic. Like you want Iron Man with a push bike. He's creating closet.
Patriot.
Yeah, the way they vote. They pulled me over in Kansas City. They pulled me over. You ain't even from there. For the morning, yeah, man.
Well, let's get this thing started. It's episode 38 of Kill Tony. So, help in any way from us. And you know that your 60 seconds is up when you hear that meow. You should wrap it up right around then. Because if you run your time, you're going to bring out the Tree West Hollywood Bear.
Was that long? Long bear.
Elephant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he made an elephant comment. Anyway, so let's get it going.
Just imagine word. I would have never imagined it. So I want everything to change. We're on us? Is that what you're playing? Oh, I don't know. I hope you get back in. Or have you? Well, I don't comment. I don't.
They should have a zoo where it's only the animals that support.
They do. It's called Experiment Rhino. You. Close up one up. Yeah.
Well, let's get this comedian and they go by the name of Jan Whitney.
Realizing I can call my family when I'm feeling down. Once I did, and I just to my brother, and I'm like, hey, so maybe, yeah, maybe you're not. Maybe you're only funny to like your family. It's like, okay, thanks. Can you put Dad on the phone? My second son, he goes, Gene, how are you doing? I'm like, I'm okay, but I got a speeding ticket. And he goes, what? What? You are screwing your life up, aren't you? Son of a bitch, were you a porno? Well, that's now I'm not a porno. You need to come home, Dad. Come home and be a nurse. But now when I'm feeling down, I just eat my food. I don't call them. I don't miss them. They go bust. Thank you.
Look at that, exactly a minute. How long have you been?
I've been out here about a year. I've been in
Where are you from?
Indiana.
What part?
Indiana.
Evansville. I've been there.
Oh, really?
What a shithole.
I know. It's
The comedy club was next to a Chuck E. Cheese.
the comedy club there?
There was close.
The Funny Bone?
Yeah. And it was terrible.
Yeah, I'm very sorry that you had to experience that.
Did you go to that?
I did. One of my worst experiences. I showed up to the gig, and there was a giant like Wheel of Fortune on the stage. What's that all about? They said, "Oh, everyone here is in a raffle to win a ticket to the Super Bowl." And right before you go on stage, they're gonna select the winner. And I said, "You mean after?" They said, "No, before." So on stage, they give this whole tickets, and everyone else is in a shit mood because Sage has lost. The dude gets Super Bowl tickets, failed. And I walk up, and I'm a kid, so I just went, "What's up, losers?" And it was an uphill battle from that.
That's probably comedy out here. Not.
Yeah. But right now, it's fun. I like the fact that you rescue porno.
Yeah, he wears a long.
Does he think you might be? I mean, did he really ask that?
No.
Do you have a video on the internet that we should know about?
I don't know. Do I?
I would know. Trust me. I would know. Time. Only been here 6 months.
But no, he worries about me a lot and always comes to work.
Porno's not the worst. There's a lot of money in porno. Just like if you jump to, are you looking at? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think money.
It would it's just like the whole time I thought we had a.
I like it. It was genuine. It was stuff I had just read or coming from me. You could have got it with a little. You don't have to set up. Like my family, I have a bad set, and my brother's like, maybe I'm not funny, but as fast as possible. Remedies. So it's what I try to do is go right up, but I like word for word and go. That's fair. As comics were conversational anyway, you're gonna add words, you're gonna make it. You're gonna go up there and be like random fragments, like you're gonna make it that you fucking understand.
Well, I always feel like I've got to set it up.
No.
Understand. It's kind of
Well, you can't, but you did it more like that. Almost.
Yeah.
Like you're not talking to me like if you told me the story, you're giving me a different way than how you.
Like the way we're talking to us right now and listening, that's kind of how I want to connect. Just kind of want to tell them that story and hit the punchlines. So that we're listening like, yes, that's what I think. I think it should always feel like, I was just talking to my brother, and he just jumps on my own little about speaking. That's funny. No, it's just, whatever you want to do is.
And you reset that and tell us and tell them like you told us that your dad always jumps to the worst conclusion. And then you could even have more things rattling up.
And I'll also say this, even if you have I think you should always find your spot, take a breath, the room, adjust to seeing you for 1 second, say hi, and then just go for it. Better to do like a kill. Sorry. That was my everyone thought with this one. I feel I'm talking. But just a slow rise. Don't try to squeeze 2 minutes into 1 minute. Squeeze or use that 45 seconds. That's what I do.
Sure.
Like if I'm doing 30, I'm playing out. And worst comes first, I leave at 20.
what if sometimes when they're like, oh, you can't leave in a minute. That's more minutes.
Yep. But just stand there. Don't let your fucking squeeze you. Yeah, I've never been to a club where like you 28 minutes stretching.
I know. I heard a story once about a comic. This was 30 minutes and they only did 26. They tried to get us the first.
I'll never listen to any stories.
Oh, yeah.
No.
No, it's one thing if you're doing 45 and you bail at 30, but at 2 minutes, listen,
It's one thing if you're doing 1 minute and you try and get out. Fuck instead of.
But yeah, comedy club waiters have drug problems. They want to get that are quicker. It's like 2 minutes earlier, great, but slow.
Your 6-month thing, you're really comfortable on stage. You have like a acting background or something?
Yeah, I went to acting school for 3 years.
There's an acting school?
Yeah. There's a lot. I went to Canada on the radio.
Oh, she's
I'm a thief.
a shit. Sounds great. You have nice legs.
Oh, thank
There
you.
you go. There's Brian always has the most. Brian is our. Check a minute. Ian, thank you so much. Well, what's that? What's the class? Oh, what is that? Leonora?
What's wrong with your last name?
Oh, yikes. Gian Leonora.
Just do it. You said my last name.
And first name, middle name for the Twitter.
Can't use my name. I've already told you.
I swear to God, remember the blip. Jesus Christ.
Maybe she is important. Maybe her dad's right. I would go.
Yeah, I love the point that you had, and I think that's definitely something worth noting on this show. Often something that I hear. Often the note is that people are going too fast, worse than trying to squeeze in a minute and 20 seconds worth of jokes and punchlines into a minute and having nothing hit. Nobody really knows because you feel robotic. We don't even really absorb the punchline, so it is very important to take your time on this. You know what I mean? Like a 45-minute, 45-second.
The truth is, I think you don't get to your punchline in a minute. You're going to have a minute on the chair, and I was trying to.
I mean,
As long as it's a real conversation, I think in life you should just my punchline. Well, maybe we're a little better.
that's what the bear is for. The bear comes out. Okay, your next comedian, everybody. Here we go. Amir Khalil. Everybody.
I had a dream where Shaquille O'Neal is dressed as Kazam, the genie, and he said he's going to grant me one wish. I said, I want to grow 3 more inches. Or not taller, I mean. Down there, And so he laughed. Your wish has been granted. And he disappears in a blunderbuss of smoke. I said, all right. Thanks, Shaq. What am I supposed to do now with 2 3-inch dicks? You're looking at me like, I know what you do. All right, that's my 1 minute, fellas.
42 seconds. Fuck yeah.
Get back out there and do your 8 seconds.
All right, well, interesting.
Okay, well, let's start at the beginning. I like how you went right into it. If they don't get that you're referencing your dick, fuck them. Like, you don't have to say, down there. Like, it just kind of feel like it cheapens it a little bit. Let it sit there. If anything else, it shows confidence in the joke. Fucking just sit there and go, yeah, just said.
I think there should be more. I think it's like I'm waiting for Shaq.
Well, and I like the turn. I like to bring it like it's like
Right.
see that coming.
Yeah.
No. Here was my problem, because I think you're funny. I think you're smart enough to know that it was a joke. So when you come up on stage, some almost feel like you could have been doing a knock-knock joke. So you have to find a way to make it not feel like a joke. Okay. I mean, it was like everyone thought a genie. I had a dream about him.
Right.
So immediately they're like, fucking real complicated dream he had. So it becomes.
So you want to make it genuine to yourself.
Sometimes I wish I fucking could walk upon a genie and a bigger. Well, and then they'll be like, well, we all wish we asked for.
Right.
You know what I mean? Instead of saying, I had a dream last night about Shaq. That's fucking shitty.
Yeah.
Dreaming about Shaq, asking yourself some questions. Especially dreaming about just fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, by that, get up and talk about your day. Something funny happened today. Like tomorrow you can do a joke about how last night I did a fucking shit joke. No, you see that? Funny that is?
I'm glad you said.
No, but he knows. He fucking knows.
Right.
Someone in the audience.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah.
But just talk about your day. You're funny. You're relaxed. Just get some material.
Okay. I really didn't expect to go on tonight. That was fun.
I love that you said that. You did sign up for the show. You know what I mean?
You're constant. Where I was like, fuck, I didn't drive there.
Right.
Gotta be more detailed. Hoping I voted. So don't come up and take me here.
Right.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now, me personally, I do not want to.
Thank you so much. That's a miracle.
Thank you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Bye, y'all. Yeah. I just did the Traverse Fest. You were there with me.
Yes, I was. In Traverse City, Michigan, correct?
Yeah. In a winterland.
3 or 4 days, I saw you.
Yeah. We had a lot of fun, right?
Laughter.
Heck yeah.
Drank at night, slept.
That's right. Drank very
I
happily.
told jokes.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's creepy when you go to a place that's on the East Coast and you're having that much fun, like a comedy festival, because all of a sudden, like you have a very serious problem when you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning. First off, the night before it was 2:30 in the morning. No, but if you look at the clock, still having a blast. It's 5:30, but
First off, geography can't East Coast.
it was more about the music.
At 5:30 in the morning.
Well, Nevada is on the East Coast. You're gonna get fucked up.
It's right.
East Coast.
Typically, where you want.
It's not on the East Coast. Chattanooga, but the
It depends on how far you want to go.
I guess you're
Like I'm about as far east as I'd like to go, so just East Coast.
And it, we was perfectly timed moment. You know anything about Kirk? He's a fucking timing guru. So I can sit on for a while. Anyway,
You should have this.
you kept hitting me with that. You made me literally, my knees buckled to the heart at one point, but walking back to the
Oh,
hotel.
your knees are.
You have tiny knees. Fun to snow. So he was having so much fun at one point. But, what was, fun. The East thing though, like,
Oh, I've been there a lot.
Our perception, one thing that I've been looking at recently on these crazy learning websites is that, like, Cleveland, Ohio is farther east.
Learning website?
Yeah, I learned it on RedTube.
Crazy fucking websites. There's Pornhub, I look down on Flock.
Cleveland, Ohio is farther east than Tampa Bay, Florida.
Yes.
And it's farther east than Orlando.
And that was information you thought you'd never.
Which is right on the almost east coast, literally. But because it's a fucking circle, our shit's thrown off.
Fuck yeah,
I'm obsessed with this shit lately. Like, that other one is Reno, Nevada. It's farther west than Los Angeles. You're laughing. And
he showed it to me. I wouldn't believe it. He showed it.
Insanity. So you're going to have because California goes like that anyway. So, geography.
Why aren't there girls just surrounding you right now? They're on the East Coast. Fucking geography.
Well, March Madness.
How you doing?
Pull my hair and tell me what's going on.
I'm glad I know that.
That's 40.
I'm glad I got the information, Tony. I want to listen to Chip Blood. I want to back this.
I love that. Let's get it.
You really want to get that microphone in your dick.
Your next comedian's name is Brett Banta.
My name is Brett. I have 3 daughters, half Japanese. Their names are Kiyomi. They're Karate Kid. Sweep the leg. But Daddy, we're at IHOP. My daughters are always mispronouncing words. They'll say penis when they mean peanuts. That's always when there's cops around. I'll say, Daddy, give me more penis. Now I just feed them almonds. Isn't that nuts? I have a twin brother. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. Looks like a movie star. I look like a POW. I don't sleep very well. Teeth that I like. Crying out for help. Do anything for my twin brother, I'd take a bullet for him. I also have a half brother. I'd take a bullet for him too. But only from the waist down.
That is a minute.
That's usually when you would say thank you very much. Thank you very much. There you go.
Brett,
I like your material. Look incredibly bright. I know that's part of it. How long have you been doing it? Years. Okay. Well,
how often? I say 2 years. Like,
I'm gonna try and get. Really? No. Are you nervous though? Yeah. Are you just kind of working that angle? No, I'm nervous. Yeah. You look like you know where you're telling people like how well they're treating you now that you're captured by the enemy. Like that's the kind of picture I'm getting from you, and it's like your material's really funny. I look so frightened up there that I don't want to laugh because I'm afraid you're going to laugh. Do you have a bomb under that shirt? Yeah, it's just like, I mean, exaggerating the next step. You're like, I'm just, like, I don't want to know, but that's it. I think that's really one point is but I don't bring everybody down, but I've always wanted to do comedy. I got this over it takes a lot to kind of absolutely
right.
concert. But just I love concert. Hey, so take that with you on stage. You gotta kind of have this I don't give a fuck. Yeah, and I don't give a fuck attitude. Yeah. I have like a cold. I had one time when I was over my twin brother was like, yeah, I'll tell you what you should do. No, you don't have to apologize. But what I'm saying is, you're funny, and as nervous and creepy as you are, slow it down. Yeah. Because it's going to help you. Because you were slow that night, you had the that'll help you breathe into communicating with the people. I get the hand out of the pocket, you know. No, because I used to do it too. I mean, I still do. It was the worst, and it's a shitty habit. But once the hands out, you'll start working on your posture. But you have good jokes, and if you slow it down, they're going to hit even harder because you're blowing through some of the laughter. They'll realize it's okay to laugh without hurting. Kind of work on pause.
Right. Yeah, sound is also another way to show confidence.
And I know it sounds weird, but like you have to be pretty deliberate and like put the sound all kinds of fucked up, like you're talking like they're stupid. But you have to realize these people don't know what you're saying. Even though you think they know, they don't know the words that are about to come out of your mouth. You have to give time to figure out what they. And it might, and the way you deliver a joke, it might take them a minute to even realize, oh, fuck, this is not a literal. This is no, but because you're blowing through where laughter might be. Okay, you have nice lips.
There you go. An equal opportunity.
Funny.
You really have 3 daughters?
That's how good you are. We totally bought it. But you know what's funny? Well, for that joke is say, I was kidding. I don't have 2 daughters. The one that's fake, the other day. I also don't. Yeah, just but just say, I'm lying. I don't have 2 daughters. What was the first name of the daughter? Yeah, Keone. Yeah.
That's great.
That's why I have an apartment.
Yeah, and I would lose the.
I did not work. Congratulations.
Awesome.
Did she help you get out of the?
Do you have another job?
Good, man. Just keep writing. And
I love that Chris is asking for another beer to Josh. He's on the other side of Brett. He just wants to drink so bad while Chris is holding on his glass.
Listen, I'll have a beer for you. This show's driving me to drink. I'll have another hint clip.
And I would. It's a royal.
You're sober, driving me to drink, so that's good.
The only thing I would lose with no hesitation is that's just part of that noise that you heard when you heard that, like sort of what?
I'm not gonna sit in it. I mean, if you're gonna fucking sit in it, just say that. Yeah. Right. Shit. Like, I'll make it terrible. If they don't laugh, again. Yeah. Let them know that we're right. Some more times till they know that I think it's good. They realize they should.
Brett, I love your style. Thank you so much. Brett, he's on Twitter at Brett. One more geography fun fact that I forgot to mention earlier is that Detroit, if you travel directly south from Detroit, you end up in Canada.
100% true.
Not everybody knows that. Did you hear that noise that the crowd made? You son of a bitch? No, you're wrong. Sir, what's the darkness hater guy? The geography hater. Yeah. See, that's the guy that tries to steal all my geography books that I try to get. Baller.
Hi guys, how's it going? Good? Great. I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you guys. Coffee was originally discovered because in South America, goats go and eat the beans. They start jumping around. The farmers who know good. Bestiality was discovered because it's damn sexy when they jump around. Right? So the farmers know it's good. Yeah, that wasn't the goat. That's the goat's fault. I mean, you tried to deny a horny goat some. Not gonna go well for you. Labia. You know what I'm saying? Labia is actually both the plural and singular form of the word, like deer, you know? So if one of your friends just mentions deer labia in casual conversation, then literally be talking about an infinite number of woodland vaginas, right? It's a lot of deer pussy. It's possibly box eating. Just watch your hands, watch your labia. I gotta tell you. You get your material to catch up to you. You'd have something. Because you have such great confidence, fucking brains working. Yeah, you have the joke. You lost me.
I didn't hear him. I mean, I'm not saying this offensive, but I didn't really hear him punch. Like, I heard a lot of, like, people say funny things.
Funny words.
Funny words.
And absolutely right. Like when
I mean, I was into it.
Vagina.
You had a lot of funny words that just weren't in the right order.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's like, I know everyone wants to be all shit, but, like, a joke requires a punchline. Just how it is. In order to have a punchline, you have to set the next. And so that's just that. And so, like, you're going somewhere. We just need to get there. That's
exactly what I meant.
I know we only have a minute, and you might be going somewhere. Somewhere you're going. Is there a big punchline that we didn't get to? No. Yeah. So it's like a journey, but we need a destination, and that's what a punchline.
See, like, you know, you could use that as a setup, but like that could be a long setup, and then the punchlines would become now.
Yeah,
Like fucking, I was reading about coffee and modes, and there's a lot of fucking going on in Brazil.
Right now, I
You
really
lead in, and then you lead into something.
he made out
Why do
with
they fucking go? Because they dance. Fucking dance. But I'm in the radio. Goes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's now that joke worked. I'll give you order. No, but you know what I mean? It's like, fuck, you have great confidence, great voice. You gotta tie it into something. That's what's leading.
yeah, just sort of tied together two bestiality jokes.
Yeah.
To do them. Maybe they
What isn't a sentence?
Maybe you don't need to tie bestiality jokes.
Or have a bestiality chunk. And just work it all together.
Or a coffee chunk. So
Yeah.
Or
You
just,
know, I really think the coffee chunk would be into the bestiality chunk.
yeah, you always
Just
gotta have coffee.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to be alert for that. They're kicking.
oh yeah, the goats especially.
Yeah. I'm from King. Trust me, I know. When you fuck an animal, you need to keep your head on
I live in San Diego, so we drink a lot of coffee.
And then once they want to fuck the animals. The two things keep eating into one another. The goats are just people have more energy to fuck.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, our job is to confuse you to the point where you don't remember if it was ever fun.
We're there. That's where we are.
I can tell you this, don't get a girl or she won't fuck you. That's all I got.
Well, then the labia thing, I mean, so labia is plural. Labia. There's no such thing as labia. Like, labia is. Labia is.
Or a lay-by.
But where did the labia come in? Because it sounded like you threw it out there. Because it's a funny word?
Yeah, it's like a random just transition. Sometimes
Transitional word.
yeah. Well, if I when I do a longer set, I'll do like a little labia rap.
Labia is my safety word. It makes me really confused.
In West Hollywood, it's not.
No, not WeHo. No, you say labia. That's just a fucking buzz. But I will say this: if you're gonna have a transitional word, don't have one that just confuses one to miss something. And we don't need transition. Like we're in this MTV society where you stop a joke and start the audience look at each other like, "Where's that way? I didn't know. Where are we going?" Like they don't give a fuck. Like as soon as you start that first statement, they're like, "Okay, now we're talking about me spelling it out." Like they're fine. You don't need to lure them in. You can just be like, it's almost better to have. Yeah, because now you know the reason.
Yeah, like that was sort of halfway between the two different ways I would normally do it. Do like a labia rap for 5 or 10 seconds, or I'll just say it. So labia.
Yeah, we just saw you have Tourette's.
Yeah.
The labia rap. It's Coolio's fantastic voice.
You have a rap song about labias?
Yes. Dude.
And you do too?
That's fine.
I
Are you a rapper? You have rap?
Joke raps. Not like real raps. Oh yeah, rap battle.
You look like a member of Drive By. For the 8 people who never. Hey man, you have a good cool. Just instead of a labia rap, just wrap up one of your jokes.
The joke.
We're all family here. Wish I had someone when I was.
Maybe there's something in mentioning
Cut
that.
you tomorrow doing a fucking labia cop animal fucking jokes.
Bitch. Yeah. Maybe there's something in mentioning, that fucking that you know a lot about vagina, but things that other people know, like master of vocabulary.
Yes, it's the
like
shit
that.
The shit that you're interested in. I mean, all this cool jokes.
Yeah, I mean, I have other jokes about words, so right. I just have to put together two jokes.
Well, where does all this vagina knowledge lead to? I think what we want to know is an audience. I thought a fantastic voyage. And see, like a joke should have a bit like at the end of whatever. It doesn't have to have a sentence, but it's chunk.
Yeah, and a lot of times with the labia joke, the woodland vaginas, the number of woodland vaginas. Right, and I can see why that would be, but again, that's just funny words. Woodland vaginas funny together. I mean, that was the first thing I thought of when I heard that. I'm just like,
That joke
that's not a joke. I mean, it's just really two funny words saying woodland vaginas, which is a great trick to do in between punchlines and setups and things.
And in order, again, you don't even have to say woodland vagina. No, it goes without saying. Just vagina, it's Russell.
They get their hands on that cock. Anyway.
Is just having foreplay with an animal illegal, or is that just...
No, it's all illegal. Like, you can't even fucking ask a goat out anymore. I mean, longer than a minute. Yeah.
Somebody kicks
So the rule is it gets the time, but you can't lick it. That's the rule.
Different states are allowed to use the dog for 3 minutes in West Virginia.
Oh, in West Virginia, you can bury your fucking dog. But you're fucking...
As long as it's not, you can go to West Virginia, same sex, right?
Yeah. What angle is that for?
Now, believe it or not, West Virginia actually east of the country. They should be not quite as east as the other Virginia. Dan Lawler, thank you so much. That's Dan Lawler.
Funny word. I think it's a Is it a funny word? I don't think it is. Lady is a beautiful word. What about pussy lips?
That's the most American you've sounded.
What about pussy lips? I'm a patriot.
You ever see people like twisting legs up?
Yes.
I lost your pussy lips.
Brian loves those.
I don't like that.
I don't even say it.
I don't either. Like, it's fun when, like, in the heat of the moment where girls.
I don't ever say that to the point. Give me those stinks.
Three hands to the freaking leg in.
Not paying. I decided going full retard is to white actor like full slave. Like, good luck, well, not no way a full slave. I actually cannot watch those kind of movies like Full Year Slave. I don't want to hate white people that much. I still hate you. Like, I got a screener of it and I only made like 10 minutes of the bar. It's just like, it's gonna make me forever. Yeah, it's a lie. Like, the same reason why I can't watch The Color Purple. I don't want to hate black men. Every morning when I brush my teeth and I go to brush my tongue, I start to gag, and it makes me wonder, like, how come I can so effortlessly, and I cannot brush my teeth without feeling like I want to gag a little.
There you go.
That was just sounded.
And a little bit of what it sounds like.
Were you really reading a Star Wars novel?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
And Legacy of the Fourth Series.
You know, the Trump and Thunder reference, Trump and Thunder wasn't the most famous movie, so I don't think a lot of people in here got the reference. I did because I saw the movie.
Yes.
But I was watching it quite interested. So if you
It's a new.
yeah, you might want to preface something or I don't know. But even if you reference it doesn't matter for them. Fuck that. But I don't know. It's it definitely got awkward.
No, it didn't work.
Mainly because of all the white.
If you give examples, I think you're sort of painting a picture when you say the whites playing
Well, yeah,
people.
I have a longer version. I do because
But at least have a couple examples.
Right.
Not an example there is Gilbert Grape and
Right. Or some Gilbert Grape, you can hit it, but you got to sort of, if you're only mentioning the one side, the one example, I feel like if you don't compare the two.
Well, it wasn't working, so I switched.
Yeah, well,
I decided to abandon.
yeah, but we didn't know that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I would
I figured I
never
would
don't
really-
abandon too soon because the monkey might be right around the corner.
Right.
We don't know that it's not supposed to be funny. And some of the biggest ones come after the is silence.
Yeah.
Like that's what's great about what we do. We say something outlandish and something where the audience what the fuck, and then you follow it with something that ties it all together. It pays off because the audience they don't want to be uncomfortable, so they'll be uncomfortable for minutes, fucking hoping you say something and let the room get their air back.
Right. But the second that you switch topic, then we know that you were done with that. Until that point, and you're still blowing up this balloon. If it pops, creates laughter, but then just letting go of that, letting it fart away, and then picking up another balloon. You know what I mean? Where that balloon had air in it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all the white people in here are racist.
Right. Totally. We feel really guilty.
Two years a slave, you could only it's a slave. I mean, that's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's definitely funny.
And you can do it. I can't, because I tried it. Like I saw 12 years a slave after 4 years got it. No, I can't do that joke.
You're the type of chick that's reading a Star Wars book. You know, I mean, there's so much there. That type of thing.
I've got a lot. I have a lot.
Awesome.
And you're easy to listen to. You're easy to look at. I would trust that you can make it funny.
But I think the key to making a joke that doesn't work, finding out what the audience. It's obviously some sort of logic bridge that you're not helping the audience cross. So it's finding out what they.
And I also think there's a ton of examples of, I just want to let them know they on the right track that I'm about to interrupt.
Yeah.
But it's just like, you have all these examples of white guys playing mentally challenged.
Yeah, so
you get John Penn, you get everyone, and they all get Academy Awards. And then the black guys, I think it sets up a good world. Set up the world.
Yeah, you just assume that we don't see Tropic Thunder and then we get the reference. I didn't really remember.
In color purple. 80s, right?
Everybody's, But I feel like it's like, even if you've never seen the movie, like one of those, like I've never seen Braveheart, but I've never referenced.
You can't really read it. Looks in the back.
Yeah, I've never seen Braveheart, but I get like, you know what I mean? I figured it was on that. So.
But to some extent, you need to relish it a little bit. Tony does it all the time.
Yes, one of my favorite things about
Made a living out of it.
You have a minute and what's in your church, you need to do it. But that's the environment.
It shows you that these 2 minutes after the joke, we see your twinkle, we see your charm, but during the joke, we didn't. Yeah, but we didn't see it in the joke.
Yeah.
And the joke sounded mean and bitter. You hate me.
Like you're all saying, like that was time. None of us. I know you don't. And in the Midwest, all those people still hate me. But
San Francisco,
yeah. Like out here, we're we just want to get high, but Uber place.
and we're all.
And what was the exact comparison of the white retard and the black slave again?
Oh, it's like there's sort of like an SAT phrase question going for white actor.
Tropic Thunder, Robert Downey Jr. Has this whole conversation with how actually you can't win the Academy shot like that. He didn't win for Scott. One that he didn't, somebody wasn't. So that's what she was referencing.
You wanted to go because you thought there'd be a laugh there. And the thing is, that's a hell of a setup.
Yeah.
The laugh's not going to be on that line because it's so good getting, and then you start giving the examples.
And plus, just the word retard really freaks people out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what I would recommend doing is take some retards. Or something like that.
Yeah.
And I get out of the habit of over it.
No, you got some conversation.
Boy.
That's more of it than hard.
That was it.
Yeah, I mean, which is, but also, well, it's like,
Well, and he was like, listen, I don't know if this is like,
It could be if it was
retard is music. It needs to slow down. That's where it comes from. So that's why, like, when people say retard,
I mean, if I did what you said about, like, giving the example here, then I feel like I could say, fully that's sort of the.
Absolutely. Just don't assume that we've seen Tropic Thunder. You kind of have to explain that.
Yeah.
If they try to hit.
The views of Brian Redman are not the views that Clee?
So did you say full retard and then full slave? And
Yes.
then tie in full Monty. Maybe some of that.
I'll test drive that and see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're retard, full slave, when everyone's uncomfortable, then you bring in full Monty and they'll let
Hey, I like it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? By at least let to it.
Gotcha.
And do you literally have a joke about your reading a Star Wars novel? Or you just have jokes about being a nerd?
I just have like jokes about being a nerd, like that reference to Star Wars.
Because I think it's funny that you're literally reading the book Star Wars.
If you can tie your Star Wars into how good because you mentioned that, right?
By the way, when you say expertly, is that you can test?
Expert.
But other guys, like guys are picturing like you're expert at them. Like,
And I'll tell you that guys in a blowjob will say you are an expert. That we all are. Fuck, you're an expert. I've never done that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
see, I do it the other way. I'm like, oh, you can work on that. And I give them notes.
Yeah, but you're all the best people while you're locked out of your apartment.
We'll be weekend, everybody. There she goes. Fuck yeah. You guys ever? Now, Kurt, you probably heard the question before.
Probably.
I'll ask Chris.
Oh, okay.
I always ask him that on the show this question. You remember a joke we did when we were very first starting out? That you're embarrassed about? It's like short that you want to share.
That was not short. I used to walk up on stage to praise behind you. It was awful. I wasn't ready to die. The one where it's baby on the cover. No, I thought Ready to Die was the one with the.
Live After Death is the other.
Oh, okay, yeah. So there was Ready to Die. And Notorious going on there. Notorious. Yeah, I would walk out to that, try to get everybody to start dancing.
And you're brand new in comedy, so you're literally less notorious.
And I'm like, you guys want to get naked? And my shirt off, and then no one would, obviously no one would get naked. And so then I would stop the music. I go, okay, here's my impression of Greyhound. I was like a $1.30, 6'5", and I would get up on a like on all fours and suck at my gut, and you could see all my ribs and shit. And get my the most like it would kill. And that's when I was to be like why strippers did drugs all the time. It was just my shirt. It's not to like be in the mood. That shit. Some days you're in the mood.
Yeah?
I do remember.
That's a great share, by the way. What's yours, Kurt?
My very first joke, I just remembered because it was, it had those commercials. It was like, cook test fit, period. And I was like, fuck, I should get into advertising. I can do that. Charmin Soft, asshole. Oh, then it's like, dick. And that just still works. Pussy.
Wow. That's a great. There you go. That's the most positive heckle I've ever heard.
Thank you so much.
To interrupt the show.
Thank you so much.
Everybody's gonna love that.
Work it back.
Oh, it's amazing. A lot of sometimes you'll find something so hilarious. It was say it to get that. Anyway, that's a hilarious one.
12.
Yeah, this Porter later tonight in the original room with the shirt off, just fucking his. We're 12 years. No, it's the
Are you on the full read?
Right. That's what we really need. Slate retard. That guy's gonna win. That guy's gonna win. We're gonna. If Forrest Gump and Bubba got
The worst play ever. Right?
Nope. Stop on shit.
Jimmy Fox could play a line. I know that.
That could be the piano. But not very well.
An Academy Award for that.
Comedian goes by the name of Alex Gonzalez.
Congratulations to the United States hockey team for winning over Russia. Apparently, was so upset to put a shirt back on. My friend asked me if I was upset that the was listening on a phone call. Bro, I got Metro BS phone calls. Got into an argument with a white supremacist. It's pretty intense. At some point, he said this goes. Just because you're Mexican doesn't mean you're folks. That's great. I didn't know whether to be insulted or think of her. So I said to him, like, and then I stole his job and I this. Thank you.
Well, got it.
For me.
Oh, yeah. Wow. What are the odds of that? Cool. Yeah.
Very.
Can you do more than
Yeah, most of the time. Running it 25 times longer. Which is a lot. Have an off plus one. Then we would get super big from listen to rock.
Did the improv in San Jose?
Yes. Are you from Mexico?
In the house across the street. No, I brought my own weed. Yeah, I got a dude at the San Jose Improv. So much hay, I couldn't hold it all in my hand and like, Lord, and they were just like if we would have been arrested handily. Like we're picking up grams of hash off the floor and I'm just putting it in the envelope like
That is awesome.
How long you been doing? What is it? For a long time. Enjoy it? I love it. Do you ever get scared?
you're very, you're very old, like Joe, like, like I'm not saying that as a claim. I'm just, but it is. Oh, well, that's something that, yeah, like, well, Tony and I go up, Kurt would go up, and you have to remember 6 days. You have to remember 48, probably. Because, and Edinburgh had the same thing, just because it was scored. 89 items. So I really did what,
Are you happy where you're at? I'm very happy where I'm at. Would you like to work some stories? I mean, I do. I write a lot of setup jokes like that. Yeah. I don't have credit, but I have a lot of longer jokes. Working quite a while. But when I got more stage time, sweet. Chris, I'll do the longer bit where a whole 5-minute bit. Close line.
my advice to you in LA, especially, something most, and if you do it right at the thing with the jokes you write aren't great and not original. It's that got a lot of voice behind it, and for comic book, for shows, for hours, that they want a voice, they want a point that's different from others. So the show can't.
And I'll tell you, I used a shitload of choke, those quick little snippets. And one day, I just 5 of them, We did one story, one little joke. It dawned on me like, oh, fuck. You can take 5 jokes that are in the same ballpark and we can do a little story. It'll blow you suddenly telling a story. You start adding there and you start hearing your own voice as opposed to jokes. Good joke, fucking joke. Well, construction jokes, you say, oh, even Nick, he started and get the little moments between the joke where we have take 5 or 6 stories. It'll be exciting. It's just like, it's like you sponsor when you catch ourselves. How it's really bomb on how that guy I know I'm coming from. Your audience wants to where's I like this guy's jokes, where's it coming from? That's why I like love it. Guys, they want to know who you are. They want to feel your vulnerability. When they feel that, and when they know that like they're just show you're a great joke writer. Show who the guy is that's right. Absolutely. Yeah, that's for me. That's something. And it comes like, trust me, I found out about myself in life. Kind of a therapist. Oh, we're all learning.
Very funny job, though, Al. Thank you so much. So, Al, pretty good, able to do comedy, feature around Cali, 7 years in, 8 years small.
Make more money than we did.
Together for people tell me favorite. See, ladies and gentlemen, love. Spot right now. Whatever we doing, whatever you want to call it. But she is an awesome friend of the show. She had her first stand-up appearance ever, and always fun. We're gonna see Martina.
Very. So I how much my dating life. Having gone to yards school and go to heaven in my vagina twice. I got little things. I go to front of me. And it's convenient, but it's really awkward at funerals and family functions. And then like a go off the couch and relax. Girlfriend boss. They said facial. So of course I immediately dropped about my tongue. It's really my hand. Yeah. So I'm not allowed back at the meeting.
You know what I love about the way that you always talk, you always make sure you set the guard on what you do first. It's that fun perspective. The jokes follow that. I mean, that's sort of like what we were talking about, a sort of storyline in Pocket. She's talking about that. Those are funny. Another one like that.
I did think it. It was funny when he walked up with those pants. The first thing I was like,
Like Nikki?
well, the thing is, like with chicks, man, it's like you're in sexual phase, so it's like especially with chicks.
I just need a decision.
Yeah, but
So did I. Fucking comedy, you're making the wrong fucking. That's like my point is like and so many things that can distract you. Like, why did the audience want to talk to you? So, like, if you wording correctly, and walking with pain, maybe you're still like, and it's like, but then you go up and you're wearing shirts and still thinking you're like, I'm a porn star, and you're immediately talking about your vagina is like, looks like a twice baked potato. That's fine. It's hilarious. Now I'm kind of looking at it going,
right. Even if you were wearing sweatpants, when you say you're a porn star, every guy in the room is going to try to find your vagina.
yeah. So
you could be wearing a snowsuit, and we would still just look for maybe even a little.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I do suffer from chronic health.
Right, and that's something that
the pornography.
That's something that we've never been afraid to female comedian on the show is that it's just an honest fact of life. You want to walk a line, and I know that you tried with the shirt.
I did.
It's probably hard to cover up a lot of the magic that you have going on, and yeah, you know.
Yeah, what is some of there's other things that you
ATM, like a thing. Right. Right.
Yeah, where
like I always just cash my checks with ATM, like that's.
Well, and I think also you can limit the number of taglines. Don't really have a giant where you're just like, Joe, now here's 97 other taglines. Like, let's narrow it down to the 3 of the 97. And if they're still left, then maybe nail out. And do you have a lot of jokes that are porn related?
Yes.
Get rid of them.
Right now, I'm focusing on bringing the concept of life.
Absolutely.
trying to protect your voice. Awesome.
Okay, I try to be more like this.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. Oh, wait. Like this. Oh. Just a little more while you're talking. Yeah, no, and your stage presence is great.
Yeah, totally.
You know, just wear some fancy, you know, like I fucking can't stop looking.
And I can't remember. Did she make that mic stand or did it? Find a way to mic stand inside.
Always funny. I'd say, Mike, just. She's done. Got the shot. That's Misty Peanuts on Twitter. Fantastic. And what's cool is that
Natural.
What's that?
Natural.
It's true. Yeah.
Fuck up, doing jokes on each.
True.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Love it. We always have a show up at the end of the show. It's always fun to watch grow every single week. This week, put your hands together for you know her from the Cultural Distance. We love her goofy sense of humor. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank. Everybody.
Went to a mall. Big pain in the ass. That's parking spot. Try to remember when it was funny parked. Like how old I was when I lost my first tooth. I'll remember it now. And then I get into the mall, and there's so much going on that I can't even remember who I am. I don't want to eat pretzel. I don't like Cinnabon, guys. Sbarro, not for me. Sweet Factory, take it or leave it. What about the Sunglass Hut? I don't like the Sunglass Hut. I'm always afraid that if there's an earthquake, I'll be trapped in a mall. It seems like the place the big one hits. Just like the referee for Foot Locker running, looking for safety. It doesn't seem like an ideal situation.
You know, I miss it so quiet.
I didn't even. Persona, man, like you, I've never first off, like I just like you're like, and the way you said it, like it's all very for same setups, but they were funny just the way you were saying.
These parts though that I was like a sunglass hut. I wish you would have went into why you don't like the sunglass hut. Like what am I on in a mall? Like there should be like a sunglass.
There's so much mall stuff that I want to talk about.
You don't want to be seen.
Yeah, I
Is
don't
there
want to be seen there.
But if there's so much mall,
Right.
other shit in the mall,
No.
and they expand on it.
Yeah.
Find
But
the
there's
stuff
something
in the mall
goofy
that
about all
pisses you off
those.
most.
Yeah.
Now, granted, there's not a lot of time, but get really, it's definitely should be. Definitely out there, one of the strongest characters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, are you really that angry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I just don't like a lot of
How old are you?
26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true.
You know, and I told you this last time. Like, I really think if you can be sweet and still hate all that shit.
I was
But I think
being
it-
sweet tonight.
No, it still comes off angry, which is cool. But to me, you know, friends, but sometimes feel a character. Like you're trying to be tougher than you are. You can't be pissed at everything and just be telling them a matter of fact. The way you look and the way you talk, I think it has more effect. Just saying, then have it built. If you come out right away and you're that angry, there's no place for it. I always think it's a funner climb. See you for a minute. And then they were like, why is she so? We'd like to find out why do you hate everything?
Build up to it. I just like malls. One of the things.
Well, then that's how you started. Like, everyone in here hates malls. You know. No, that chick definitely does. But I always think you're so funny. Brain's always working. You climb, right? For like roller coaster.
Yeah, 5 feet, because then I can't remember it, even though I thought of like the whole complex thing of how to remember 5 feet.
Right. Maybe there's things that annoy you that you, by the time, maybe it winds up so that by the time you get back to the parking lot, you forgot the parking spot. You can't remember whether
You
it.
couldn't even see your car because you were wearing football. You know, just like you all. Like maybe that's your angle is like everyone's trying to shit by it to shut up. You're fun.
Sarah Weinstein. She's at Princess Shank on Twitter.
Okay.
Like, come on, everybody.
Hey, so when you guys were younger, did your parents do like magic tricks with you? You know, just like little joke ones? My dad did this trick one time where he vanished, and that was the whole fucking trick. He just vanished. I mean, like, he was around for a while, but they just switched careers, and his friend introduced him to fishing. You know that saying, give a man a fish for a day, but teach a man to fish, and he'll move to the Canaveral full time and stop paying child support. I don't know, my childhood was weird, you know, like, my dad didn't let me watch rated R movies because he thought they were too violent, but he didn't have a problem hitting my mom. But, like, I think there's advantages to growing up in a household with domestic abuse. Because, like, taxes, you know, anytime anyone starts yelling, I run to the nearest TV and put the volume.
Oh, an extra loud kitty. Awesome. I love it. I think that, especially Canaveral fishing, like, I love that. You could probably sell that magician joke from the top if you harder. I mean, I think it would be more like, you know, my dad was sort of, you know, whatever, in your own words, but you want to sell the fact that he was a good magician. Like, he was such a good magician that, in fact, he made himself this.
And I haven't seen it.
Right.
I have a huge problem with rhetorical questions in comedy acts because my philosophy is, are you not going to tell the joke?
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, you guys remember when, you know, just like my dad was a Christian, such great. Like, and when people ask me a rhetorical question, that's the question I ask them. Like, if I had never seen that movie, I'm not going to tell that joke. They're like, no, fuck it. Oh, yeah.
That was an awesome minute. I can't wait to see what Sarah Weinstein do down in La Jolla on March 1st when we take this on the road to the La Jolla Comedy Store. Because really on Twitter show or your oh, I think Brown. You know, so much again, Alex. Art. There's a backpack here. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. How exciting. Another fun. It's episode 39 of Kill Tony, everybody. That's what's happening. So much fun stuff. We're going to La Jolla this weekend.
Yeah.
That's exciting. We're taking it on the road for the first time ever.
This guy actually, I just read this Facebook. He's like, hey, it's La Jolla for the weekend. If you want, You can stay in my sailboat. It holds 4 people. I'm not using it. It's right on the water. And then I was like, oh, who's this guy? And then it's like, oh, he's a private investigator. Now, oh, he's hiding cameras in the boat so he can watch me fuck or something. What should I do?
I think you should take him up on the offer. He's a private investigator. Have a guy like that on your side.
That's true.
If you turn him down, then he might start. I mean, if he's a private investigator, then
Yeah, I guess.
you want to keep him close. So this way, you have a private investigator in San Diego where you might need it sometimes. Should we talk about the other possible thing, Andy? San Diego?
Oh, yeah, I think we already said that. But Comic-Con 2014 will be at the American Comedy Company for 2 shows and another Bill Tony. So San Diego's all the Bill Tony right now.
Yeah. Comic-Con
2014. Pretty. That last year, I mean, we were there for the last one. And last year, so many people dressed up as Iron Man, like with like rocket launchers and stuff like that. You know, anybody that's listening goes to Comic-Con that has an Iron Man costume and wants to join Kill the
Army.
Yeah,
we're gonna have an army of Iron Man.
That would be and if not, maybe a couple things.
You can get to Vancouver and Seattle and Portland
right now at TestSquad.tv. All tickets went on Vancouver for $420, and we're playing and it holds 300 people. It's fucking like.
We get to do that. Speaking of the Iron Man and our always, you know, the Iron Patriot left us about a month ago, and every week we been replacing the Patriot with a different type of Patriot. We've gone the Iron Patriot, Justin Martin, the Dark Patriot, Willie Hunter, El Patrioto, Jesus Trejo was last week. We're going to keep diversity going. We would like to introduce to you right now our first ever female Patriot, everybody. It's the Iron Hot Chick. Oh.
Grab the boots already.
There you go. I'll shift the mic. There you go. He's so nervous right now. Damn.
Josh. Come on.
Josh, get on it.
The Iron Patriot or the Iron Why? What is
I think it's
all of them?
fuck yeah. You can call her anything you want. That's how open-minded the female Patriot.
Thank you.
Wow. Sound effect.
Thank you. I'm patriotic.
I love it. Well, you look fantastic. So nice to have a little bit of female energy over there rather than the
time to fight my love?
Turn it up, guys. Right?
That's what is.
We're here together for the running around show. Josh, perhaps the worst.
Alright.
Liked around the comic store, and we decided shot, let him run around things, spills drinks, he drops them off, fucking her up for failure. So there you go. So let me ask you something, Lady Patriot. Did you I heard a rumor that you sent a song in. That was something that the Iron Patriot would
Yeah, I wrote it myself. All that jazz.
Awesome.
This is actually a song that I've seen her do before. I love it. Oh, this is going to be a treat. What's the song called?
Mouth on mouth fucking.
Mouth on Mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Lady Patriot.
If this works. It does. The internet here at the Comedy Store, by the way, is getting. No, they don't. They have dial-up here still. But here we go.
We're hands together for the female Patriot, everyone. You all represent all women. actual voice box. Oh yeah. Okay. That was awesome. So, fuck yeah. What do you guys say that we get this thing going? We have our new head of security for tonight, Patriot Chick.
Iron Sex Bot.
Yeah, she's a wild one. So let's let you guys know what happened. A bunch of fans teamed up, me and always two guests talked to them afterwards, and this week's no different. I believe it's both of their third times on the show. They are two of truly the best guests to have on this. Two of the funniest pals that I have. Put your hands together for Rick Ingram. Gone.
The boners.
Fuck yeah.
It's boner central, man.
For anybody with a robot fetish, it's going down tonight.
Also just women. Women.
Right, that too.
Or Jerry's and Laney.
Jerry and Laney are here. Put your hands together for Jerry and Laney, everybody. The
Well, lady. Jerry obviously was maid of honor or whatever.
Was that during a Ding Dong show?
Yep, during a Ding Dong show, and I think Jerry ended up registering as a sex offender by the end of the night. As always.
So it's so fun to have you guys back. I know that I guess you've been well, it's been in a different format. What do you guys think of the Iron Patriot or Lady Patriot?
She's way better. Way better than the original. Way better. Yeah, the original Iron Patriot scared me. It bummed me out and frightened me.
Yeah, it was very creepy how racist he was.
Live show last year, and he showed up, and they wouldn't let him in. Was he dressed as Iron Patriot? Yeah. He's like, I'm supposed to be on the show, and they didn't let him in. Or maybe just try and crash by the door and kill his boss. Gold. No.
I actually heard nobody somebody tweeted at me that the reason why they wouldn't let him in is because there's no standing room. It's a seat-only theater, and he can't sit down in that seat.
The fire hat. He's like an upright speedboat. What would happen if there was a fire? Like if there was a fire when he was, would he be yelling, "Someone carry me"?
Well, another problem would be all of us throwing a fire.
Would be my first. Risk my own life.
Lady Patriot, do you have any questions for our guest? That was something the original Iron Patriot was.
Hey boys, I was just wondering, Rick.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't done one in about 9 months, but yeah. Glad you're an avid listener.
Thank you. Admire it. I was wondering, what's it like getting married to the second company?
That's an interesting question. Not sure at all what that has to do with the Comedy Store podcast. But, no, I mean, my comedy is me talking to people in the crowd. So as long as the wife doesn't sit there and really come up, I suppose. But, yeah.
Good question. How about that? How about for Kevin?
So, you also have a phone.
I do. She's good with stars.
Exactly like the old page shit. Right.
Hey,
Quick to
you
get
got a podcast, right, with Nick,
Nick Youssef. Yeah.
and it's really good. What?
Canadian?
You like it? Is it fun? Good time?
That was the best question that Patriot has ever asked.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
Do you like things and stuff? Yeah. I feel like we know why Morgan is not getting reading. Because we have a new interviewer. Is the Iron and Sex Bot wearing underwear?
What? Yeah, I have underwear.
Is it patriotic?
Definitely.
Can we see it?
Want to see my patriotic underwear?
Get on stage and do it.
Right. Nice baseball. America.
You have push because I love pussy. Oh,
Yeah. Whoa. You have a full bush? Bush.
yeah, like a woman.
Wow. That's a valid, that is very valid. Right. Yeah. Valid. I haven't seen one in a while. Can you show us?
Oh my god.
Brian.
All right, let's get this thing started.
Come on.
Now that red, white, and blue balls.
A bitch.
A bunch of people signed up. You guys know what goes on. The comedians get 1 minute of stage time. They get their minutes up when they hear the sound of a kitty.
Wow. I mean, the whole production is really good. It's last time I was
People used to try time for the great thing. You'll get a sound of a kitty. And you don't want to run that light. That means that's your time. If you go much longer than that, you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Sounds like wind.
There you go.
Kind of like a wing. It's like a lot of wind.
I feel like if you go over, you should play an episode of Wings as punishment.
What? Wait. An old show?
It was the
Tony USA?
Yeah, it was a terrible show that the writers from Cheers were like, hey, we can just take Hayden Church as a panic Nantucket.
It was a small airline.
Wow.
Yep. Listen, it was classic.
In on USA, right? I feel like I should read these.
I think it was that fat guy.
Yeah, that's
The mustache.
always the winning wrestler. Mustache.
Your first comedian tonight, everybody, doing a minute of stage time is Jake Beck.
I will not take a shower in a room that smells like shit, mainly because I don't want to breathe in this part of the responsible for the smell of shit. There's just a contradiction that you get in the toilet right next to a shower. Have a really hot shower afterwards. I'm sure that's like me. They wash out their leftover food in the shower. All in all, I want to see a hygienic shit. It's used to if you took really big and put the prosecutor, and then right afterwards you had a really hot and steamy shower, those airborne poop particles are responsible for shit steam, and it will soak into your walls and your skin. That was why you will have a rain later that day. When you smell shit, you don't know where it's coming from. Worst of all, it's from you, and you are your last suspect because you showered. Wow. Huh. That was 40. 40. Shut up. It's not cord big enough. Shut up. It's somewhere in the time range.
It reminded me of a hybrid of Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yes.
Yeah. Guy.
And actually, seen one of those where it's drawing really fast, like I'm trying to sell you something like this is how, you know, I got then it's like
It's like high. The guy that really fast in the radio commercial.
you were the like ramification thing.
Were you nervous? You usually speak with this quick of a pace, or you just work at time? You didn't want to hear the bear.
No, I didn't. I mean, at some point I was impressed with the memorization because you were going fucking fast. And you obviously, it's always written. I thought to myself, the crowd's missing a lot of.
Yeah, I probably better have
better just, and it just delivery wise, it was started and just like went time and then stopped. It was hard and listening to tell which parts you have decided were more important for me to listen to.
You also have like very definitive surfer stoner cadence, which I have never heard spoken that.
Yeah,
quickly.
never. That's awesome. Yeah.
Smoking pot all day right before you got on under the
Slow.
Okay.
lose your ability to go fast. There's something kind of odd about it, especially with the way you talk. Yeah, nice. Like the fact you could be the only motivated stoner of all time. Yeah,
that's how it is.
I got weed to grow. Like you're freaking out. So big. I guess. Okay. I mean, yeah, I just think you're kind of, you almost did a lot of the things you're saying. They went by something.
You defy the stereotype of Jake, though, which I love.
Most of Jake just right there. Pretty close to return. Like, no one ever like my buddy Jake is smart. What's that? Jake Ryan. Great. It's fucking taking 2.5 Men, wasn't it? Luckily, don't go watch that show. Yeah. Comedy in general, I wouldn't bring it up. Okay.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I just moved here about 2 months ago, and I
Where are you from?
Colorado. Can we discuss what appears to be the baboon heart inside of your chest there? Sort of an LA.
What is it? You keep going.
It's my wallet. Oh, it's part. You're the comedy show. That's fun. Yeah. Big J. I'm like, kind of 42. Did an album on iTunes. Hit ground running, going into LA. Like 42 minutes, I guarantee you 70 minutes. Yeah.
42 comedy come out?
Yeah, on iTunes. Jake, mind. Fuck yeah. All right.
Wait a minute, you've been doing
Jake, 2 months.
Wow.
When did you put me out?
January 5th.
2 months. Comedy for 2 months, and you dropped an album in 2 months? Yeah. Late. Fuck. I keep away. You are that's a put out an album. Let's roll with piles of just remember one besides definitely everyone you definitely didn't load out. That's so much stuff I was trying
That made me try it.
That's what I stick with, man. Yeah. And lots of particles. Yeah. Also, don't forget the microphone stand. Just try to behind you when you put it. Yeah. It's an odd thing, but like it is expected. We'll just stare at it. It's like these guys are like it's right on the sideline, which is a bummer. So just get out of there.
I guarantee you to do a 40-minute album with Mike's left.
Well, I still got to get the problem.
Imagine fire live on the
Yeah.
I like it priority. Just you gotta get the stage time to learn Mike's all the little things you don't need stage time.
Dropping out.
Right. Do this much
Real quick.
I gotta know like I got reminded look into this. I want to just fast forward.
Don't fast forward it. I think you're fast forwarding and blow it. Yeah.
ECK and AN. And your Twitter handle Jake Beckman? Or is that spelled differently? Like, spelled it on this. It's Beckman with M-A-H. Somebody fucking stole it. I had your actual name is Jake Beckman. You have the Twitter handle Jake Beckman with an H between the A and the N.
Yeah, because somebody's like, why are you like Beckman? Somebody remember the real Jake Beckman.
Instead of adding a number to your actual name, you decided to throw an H in the middle of your last name. Come on. You're a bus party. Come on. Just come on. Made your birth certificate liar.
little sample for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little, I really
It's not like how the I have money. But holy useless. It's a bot!
Why? Yeah, like you're in a place with.
Right. And it's important. First guy to do comedy. No crowd. That's probably my material. And just also to have Jake shown that I have established Jason. That's what you love it already. No one is stealing your.
You could put mouth in it.
Yeah, you had this thing alone. I just like when Britney Spears. Right. You do that 42 exactly like that. Are you a fan? Probably just as best as I just did that. And go. Yeah, I'll tell you. I really did want to. And stop. What a first impression. Dropping out before starting. Well, here we go. Good luck to this person. Where's your album next?
Give it up for me, because I just found that I read for real. Yeah. I went to go see my grandma. She's like, wow. You're not a anymore. You're a nigga. Graduated. I was like, wow. Look at what she did. The room smell like Reefer or anything. Everything's lovely about you. You're just so beautiful. Well, you've been hanging with different people, crowds. She was like, yeah, well, you're doing coke now? Because you had to bump up, right? I said, no, I'm not coke. Not music. She's like, well, you should try it. This is great. Well, thank you. And my problem is, I try to impress white people, but, you know, hey, my name is Tony. I like reading, like long walks, and hanging. Yeah, I'm not a nigger. I'm not a nigger. I'm just an average player. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Well, yeah. Comfortable. Thank you. Hello, everybody. What did you graduate from? Oh, that was what you graduated from. Oh, wow. I remember when I graduated from that. Awesome. First, I would lose that. I can't see your eyes. I don't think. Which that's a big. I mean, you use your go Ken Griffey Jr. and turn it around. Yeah. I mean, I feel like you're wasting half your jokes by having this in chat. So they just don't get to see. They get to see what you're saying and have your cadence, but they lose how you feel about it. Can't see from here. I don't see any reason for you to hide your face. So I mean, you know, there's no reason. Unless it's reason. Yeah, unless the reason is I grabbed. There you go. Damn, I like it already. Yeah, turn the hat around. It is. That is pretty big. Yeah, like as soon as I saw, like even now with it higher up. Yeah, like I said, person. Yeah, I just not a fan of hiding.
Yeah, white people are terrified of black people in shadows. It really scares them. Like, yeah, I'm like, it's nice. I like them.
Yeah, I guess that would definitely explain or write the joke a little different because I also had no idea that we were graduating from being an N-word. What you mean? Like, seriously, everybody's fun. Not everybody. Everybody. Sounds like a trap.
Yeah. As an American, I was uncomfortable with the FBR. So I was like, whoa, slow down, buddy.
Yeah. Robot woman before. I love that you down as easy as family. No, okay. I thought it was all right. You just know Jake Beckman, you know what I mean? Question: when coming out? How long have you been doing stand-up?
For about 2 years, on and on. And I made a commitment this year that I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, this is my A, B, and C plan. I found the "you want to impress white people" part most interesting because you mispronounce Reagan. You're like, I like Reagan. You like that? I don't know if you know that part. Funny.
Reading?
Nice reading. Because I said Reagan, like the you said long walks, reading. If I could have seen your eyes, I would have gotten that.
Exactly. That would be a much funnier. I'm like a white person. Like long walks, reading, Ronald Reagan. Wait, but white.
Yeah, like that's pretty interesting. Like, what are the things that white people like that are just wrong? And I really love that shit.
Yeah, whoever told you we all love Ronald Reagan, that's fine. Yeah. And other things you might think we do. We're all Alex Key. When I signed the papers to join the
if you're gonna say your grandma loves Coke, I want to know a little bit more about it. Okay. Like that's just, you can't just drop it on me like, wait, what? I love Coke. Like I need to like that's the great thing about deciding to talk about your family that you decided is crazy is there's a lot. So like each person, it's like each person's bit as opposed to family as like you can go, you can stretch everything out like your relationship with them, relationship with a young person, an older person, with them. Like don't try to make a broad swath of just making it my family's crazy. Today we've heard a lot of that over the years, and I think it's more interesting, especially fucking white people who know about like what's interesting. I want to know about families like a family life I didn't even. So like don't like change. Like my family's crazy. Like I'm like wow. I want to really know why.
grandma and Coke is great.
Oh yeah.
Dragon Fast. What? Yeah.
Did she get gangbanged at doo-wops?
But I know.
But also like a generation, just age-wise, my grandma's she's a whale. Grandma was alive during when the Coke generation, so it's like grandmas did Coke and your grandma's like that interesting in itself. Whereas it probably was my uncle to keep talking. Whatever.
Now it sounds like white inbreeding, which I'm into. My uncle. But yeah, did your grandma really do that? Did she talk about it?
Or but I got older, figured out like certain things that happened when I was growing up that I grew up with. So I just noticed it. Gotcha. Everybody, if your grandma, she probably doesn't use CD to put it off. She probably uses a record or
Still has she bought 70.
Oh, that means it's good.
Great.
Yeah. Already. Correct.
It's a good name. Antonio.
And
Yeah, it sounds legit. Easy to remember.
Fuck yeah. Adam Triggers.
Everybody got smartphones? Yeah. Tracking us with those, like, I don't care. But I like to mess with it every now and again. I like to set it from automobile to walking. So every now and again, Google thinks I'm fast as fuck. Because I'm in my car and I'm like, walking, but he's going like super fast. I'm messing with him. Have you guys seen the show Hoarders? Great show. Since you've seen the show Hoarders, have you watched the movie 100? It really changes the way you look at your childhood. Deep psychological shit. Let's just get one more sequel. The sequel was called Two Dalmatians. Used to be married, I'm divorced now. I like to refer to my ex-wife as Glenn. Glenn had sex with one of my friends. I was forced to Glenn.
Great shit.
I am really the walking. I'm changing super fast. Yeah, like that's any reason to start tracking. They're afraid you're going to turn on them.
Thanks for giving me that great idea. That I use it. You're right there.
Rick, I definitely have. I think, dude, that is fucking. Tony, you have to do that. I mean, don't. He tagged this young man's. Someone, I'm not going to use tags. 20 tags in my life. Comics do not look down upon. Don't make that mistake. Okay, that's the thing you have to take. You want to use it, take it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Try it. It works for you.
And the fucking motivations worse.
I'm thinking it's a beginning thing that happens by beginner. I mean, like first 5-6 years of comedy. You ask the audience if they have seen or heard something. Time you start a joke premise, you can just start the premise.
Yeah, they don't fucking. You can literally just be like that show Hoarder. Like if you're in a comic film, they have the Hoarder anyway.
Yeah.
So like no, you don't want to just stop. And you're gonna explain within your joke what Hoarders is like.
That one's pretty self-aware.
Yeah, don't think it's necessary. You're on your back. It's someone to. Yeah, I fucking love it. You're like,
I really want more jokes each time. It took away 25 seconds.
right.
Yeah. Nothing that last one.
Yeah.
And like everyone has one.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so it's just
Not like every they haven't. Yeah. Matter.
how long have you been doing
Beer,
Where are you from?
Florida, and sober.
You're really good. I mean, like, all of your bits were like, I really much advice. Well, at least, like, and honestly, it's easy at a time to a pretty good bit. Like maybe not go anywhere. Like, you can't, it's easy to, like, you're really, like, when you see the ones, like, oh, superhero would work, but I just love the Flash. I'm like, oh, fuck the Flash.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see in order to realize what's her name, relative development.
Oh, yeah.
More of the good guy trying to break that shit up. The villain that she's been painted to be. That's
Yeah, these two supposedly nice white house and house smells like house smells like houses. in the city, so
Why were they all nations? That had to be French.
I'm really into this movie.
Okay. Irish woman.
I'm so far. Just the curiosity is in your head based on live. I've never seen live.
Oh, I think I just missed.
He wrote Beethoven too.
I really thought he was doing the one like nations. But I guess. Nothing. All right, made it weird. Please up again.
Yeah.
One-liner style and talking, so we could understand whether you were saying help.
Shame you don't have an album. I do, but I have a Twitter. Twitter.
That's what look at that. Trigger.
Figured it out.
Riggers.
Even if there was another Adam Trigger, she just put that middle initial. There is. He's a famous weightlifter.
He's a famous what?
Weightlifter. He's like a world champion.
Adam Triggers?
He has a Twitter.
Wow.
I actually retweet all of it.
But
Yeah. He was the Ken Christie famous weightlifter. What? We should hang out. You go. You go.
No connection would be
I like how someone thought that was going to hurt my feelings.
right. It's
Oh.
all over.
Get off him. One.
Yeah, definitely don't. Yes.
More of him.
Those are great jokes.
That guy was.
Even had comedy class.
Welcome.
Yeah, Ryan Dude.
I hate jogging. I really do. I hate jogging so much. Bring American flag pants. With my friends, I go, I'm like, sorry, brother, these colors don't run. Not lazy. So I like to drink. Blackout. Don't be a problem. Beatboxing for 12 years. Blackout. Beatbox. Like for real, I do that. Probably very annoying. I also been working on the Jay-Z impression. Beatbox, talk like Jay-Z, like this. Boy, Jay-Z. And I drink more. I start getting a little hungry. Yo, your boy needs some Chinese food in this piece. I got any Chinese food in this piece right quick. Your boy's hungry. I'm getting horny now. Yo, your boy told me he's pussy. I bet your boy needs pussy. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Like, it was about beatbox. I don't want to. Everyone's like, is beatbox. A lot of people don't even know that anymore.
I think that I totally feel like the beatbox weighs it down.
Yeah, it just kind of got in the. I mean, I get that you have to like figure out a way to keep it. I help. It gets a little too like you keep me like it's like oh you just think you're good at this, you want to show up. Yeah. The impression is always going to get you the laughs, and the other thing is just like oh I learned this thing in my house, and I want to like show it out. I think that helps.
Right. The beatbox thing is funny. It's the Jay-Z and any way you want. It might take a few minutes to think of a better the beatbox thing, but I don't even think of what. Like it just seems like Jay-Z can be explaining any situation with any.
Yeah, your inner monologue is for some reason so much rap or whatever. Yeah. So much you could do.
Right, exactly. You know, the beatbox, doing it in a form is like doing it in a
yeah, it literally does date it a little. It makes it feel like like Rosie McDonald used to beatbox and rap. I understand. I don't want to be that close to the rap song.
A few more chicks probably would after she did.
We're saying don't be Rosie O'Donnell.
And the other thing was one-liner.
One-liner was good. You like that? Yeah, I mean it's weird. In a minute, you did like three disparate. So like I don't know what the one-liners going to lead into. It sounds like the weird Jay-Z impression, but you know it's a funny one. Yeah. The thing with the one-liner is it's like it just exists in its own space. So you so put it wherever you want, but unless you're going to build on it.
Do you do any other impressions other than Jay-Z?
I do a Jesse make me feel like.
Then you could make it that. Then you could even have the way by saying that all you do is the only things that entertain you anymore are Breaking Bad and Jay-Z. So a way if you want to, there's just ways to go about it. You
a lot of people
like,
wouldn't it be weird if like if Jay-Z was in an episode of Breaking, would have been like that's how they
and those things are funny and having a conversation. Yeah, it's funny.
The way it would be boxing if you're doing 30 minutes more time.
Well, like there's lots of comics who there's
stage tricks or whatever. That's part of Michael Winslow.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's just it does like right now. Most of what I remember is just beatboxing.
Well, yeah, yeah. But, so there you go.
Yeah. Why was it so short, Doc? I think premise something like that. First, itself is kind of weird. Not really anything bad to Jay-Z waited boxing longer premise by the Jay-Z moment.
It's red, white, blue thing. I would open by saying running on your punchline. Don't run. Make it exercise. You said jogging. Well,
Ryan actually is from New York City. He's like Ryan.
We're watching.
Ryan. I like the worst thing on earth for short. Want to watch a shorter film? No. Let's. Yeah, but you like corn? Sure. It's corn, my girl. Just never ends. Yeah. I don't need seconds. What's really cool is that he uses Jay-Z voice. He's in his mind. That's how awesome.
I could see how that would work.
I'll go to Jay-Z goes to the market. It's for Beyonce.
Right. Wow.
Work way more of that work to do. If you adapted a voice, it should just be wonder if what you did and then come up with a ridiculous 10-minute
Yeah, bus, and then closed. You're sitting on that. People know you from mines, money up millions of watts, which I have, and take them one and sit on Freeberg the whole time. Monster. I don't know about Freeberg. I'll negotiate. Yeah. I can see how,
Fine, right. 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 Right.
Thank you. That's right. I do. That's mine.
Right. He's relax.
Wow. I created over here. You should go with the last comic. That way you can rig it, man. Oh. Wait, put them together. Gary. Trigger. Hey, I know this guy. It's Brad Sachs, everyone. He was on a couple weeks ago.
And in 1 year, I put on 15 pounds. She's fucking killing me. And she's the worst cook, too. I just smoked so much weird to put on weight. And she's always like, what do you want? She's so passionate. No one likes, what do you want next? I want to sew. She's like, no, what do you want to do? She's like, I'll make it for you. What do you want? I'm like, for you. That was okay. That's moved in together. She just went ahead and stopped shaving the bottom of her body. Yeah, just like buddy, I'm like, who's over it? Yes, my fiance's so uptight. Also, it's fucking like, I'm like, we're engaged now. What do you think? Absolutely. Who's gonna play you? Oh, jeez. Going from last time you were on stage. Yeah, I don't want to say.
No, you gotta tell us.
Did she hear it? She didn't hear. No, just tell her. No one said anything.
But life, reflect on it.
A lot of reflect. Yeah,
what happened? So what happened the last time he was here about 2 weeks ago? We had, I mean, as you could tell by the different minute ago that he talked about, he really, and he's been engaged for still for another year, and he's unhappy, but not jumping out.
You know, I mean, I'm a bitch, you know, like that's very simple. Well, I felt genuine. No, it's not. I sort of, I play up for the I mean, there's stuff about marriage, you know, like I told before, I feel like his wife is cooking class, complaining about his comedy. Oh my God. Did you compare her to the Wolverine? He's a centaur or something. Like, what's the half person? Yeah, line.
She stopped shaving from
Which is, you know, sort of true. I mean, comfortable.
Well, with experience, you're with really doesn't want you to have sex with them.
I gotta stop the growth.
Absolutely. One way. People that have interesting psychological technique because to lose somebody. They don't want to break it off. They don't want them to like them that much. It's
getting so deep.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of it happening before.
I do. But you're one time. I do. Like when I'm in a bad relationship, they're breaking up. You stop shaving your legs. No, I just gained a lot of weight.
Just the breakup.
It's like a sports thing.
You won't be moved. You don't break her heart, but you'll damage yours.
Yeah, easily. You do the answer.
The reverse. Tell us about it.
I don't feel like most fan of audiences are women. I don't know that they like hearing a guy shoot future wife quite that much.
Right.
I mean, if you're doing, and actually, you kind of, I started to
Right.
shaking her side. I was like, even if she's bad, she's. I felt like I still call her a bitch. Yeah, she's a little bit.
That's what it makes.
Yeah, you think let's hit her or he's gonna?
No, I think that Peter, so when you criticize, you're like,
Bring me a shitty sandwich in the.
why do you mix the whites?
No, she ruined my favorite shirt. Just doing your fucking laundry.
Color loads. You were talking about sex, right? Body. Ooh.
But it really, though, it does, like, it makes you feel uncomfortable. And what do you call it? There's like the whole one thing that a lot of people do when they start off comedy, like calling women bitches, going off on them. Well, the list. It's not genuine. I don't think you're
You're gonna go, all right. It's not gonna go off well. So it's psychotic. It's like it's your issue, not her issue, of course.
I mean, to the more interesting thing, you love her, but she's so bad. Like, if she is terrible, you're like, I love her, but I just try to eat it. But it's still like, I want it, but I don't. But if you're actually being abusive, sweet.
No, I get. I mean,
about being angry.
I'm really not angry.
It's for white material. Fine. And you know what? I'll flip my belief just for you, and I'll say, and I'll listen to you, and you don't really hate it. In that case, I'll say maybe you should start writing about something else. Right? Don't really life, and you're trying to paint this picture. It's not going to cross. You're talking about hating, but he doesn't really love. He hates his wife, follows that up with stuff being a black guy. Not angry about it.
Yeah, it's
You're like, 2 weeks. Yeah. Don't we call her right now?
No.
What did I do? Anybody in this room like that at all?
No.
Great.
You know what? She stopped. See it? That is so. At the time she stopped shaving, but she stopped shaving.
weird way when I would try to. Then when she would come to a show, she would
afterwards, it was second. You put it on Facebook. You're in absolutely in her. I'm guessing family or Facebook friends. Like, hey, you know, I think you're doing so funny. My wedding. Get my cereal chest. Want to know about my vaginal life? You want to know Wolverine?
I love how hard you laugh at
My dad's a little charge. We're not talking. By the way,
that was so hard every time somebody tells me how stupid it is. Which it also leads me to believe that what you think is funny is dumb shit that you do.
It's true.
Maybe there's something in that.
That's what should be one of the best. I went and saw Brian Regan once. Really truly brilliant. And he walks stage and he goes, "I'm just going through life, look like an idiot." That was the thing out of his mouth. And it summed up his entire act. His act from then on, which is you knew what his perspective was, and that's if you do stupid shit all the time and everyone hates it, but you just find it so funny. Yeah. You keep generating. That's relatively interesting. Okay.
I would like it more if you talked about what a dick you are. Like, smooth.
Yeah. Opposed to being like that. How dare she? And if she wants to come on and do like 3 minutes on camera, just there's a constant fast. Nice and like fucking smart and the food's. I mean, I bet it's so good. Limited palate.
Maybe she makes like shit because you don't fuck her right.
Yeah. You don't get sex like that from a real man.
the iron estrogen dispenser. Everybody, Brad said.
Good luck. Don't kill your wife tonight. Don't kill your wife.
Yeah.
It's important to hear her side on this.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're already. Ask her if she wants to do 2 minutes.
See if she can cook for about 20.
Yeah.
We'll bring her in here and we'll be the judge.
We're already on. We might book.
Absolutely.
Or if you want me to attack.
Can I come on and do a minute, or she can just make a casserole for the whole rig?
Let's go to that guy.
Right? That could also be maybe you are a premature ejaculator and you have wig and bush hair all the way to try to get you to not come so fast. That could be it could be an interesting approach. Do you think she'd want back? I don't know. That's a rough last thing to take over.
Is she? No, right. Right.
Okay, that was Brad Sachs. That's Brad. Spelled Brad SACHHS. Now, my last was, and I've been looking at tonight's names like, God, thank God that's not my last name. It's 11 letters long.
Other than Houston.
Houston was a good one.
Okay, we should do it.
The one, Everett Fanor.
So the other day, Oreo was on me. Surprise. So I joined it and I started the words with them. Today's my first day doing it. By the way, familiar. I'm the guy that said nigga. And he was jerking me off. And shit will come by later. If I can help it. Come by. And fuck it. How prove it?
Yeah. It's this one. Brett, fuck yeah, you're on stage. Like a 25-year-old white. So that, how old are you? 24.
24. All right, hold on. No, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, when I was watching, I honestly, it felt like when I did that, what I was like when I first started doing stand-up. And I mean, try to come up with any funny reason. If I fucked up there, wouldn't it be weird? It's all just like, it's all conceptual. None of it links together. I love watching people that kind of stand up. Like, it just stuff you thought of randomness. And in the very, I would have better track of all that weird shit I thought of, like, in the very beginning. You feel desperate to have like, I would find it again. Because it's usable shit. But, like, right now, it's just, you're saying anything that you can think of all the time. There's something great about it.
Because, yeah, if you're going to open with a line, got some response like, I fucked a homeless lady, probably the punchline shouldn't be about fucking a pregnant lady. Because that's a different type of lady. I mean, you start like, ooh, a homeless fucker. I like this. It had nothing to do with homeless. Right. Other than it is funny to fuck homeless people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, great concept.
Yeah, beginning of one, and you went into like, fuck the homeless.
You could have done so many things too if you combine them. Like, I mean, at least that baby has a home. You know what I mean? It's yeah. The womb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, you know.
That she was on her period, but it didn't matter because she flipped the box or something like that. Like, whatever she's sleeping on, you know.
Don't take that advice.
Be a gentleman. Get a new box.
Go back.
Yeah.
That's
You know, baby, America.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, you're just trying to think. It's almost the beginning of stand-up is so interesting because you can literally say anything you want. And it's so you're like, okay, I can literally say anything, but like, start off, try to make it as personal as possible about your particular life, but then don't lose that weird random shit. When you find a place in a bit about you, or a thing about snorting Oreos off a baby, like, and it makes sense, it's gonna be like, holy shit! Like, how did you fucking justify that reference? Like, don't lose that sense of oddness.
And for, like, people who know the Comedy Store and the comics here, when you came up on stage and you started with a high-pitched voice, very, very diamond of you. Just like it makes, like, what? Why is he doing a weird voice? Because it obviously isn't the way you talk.
Right.
I was about to be real bummed that you were gonna talk that way the whole time. I was like, oh no, he's crazy. Right. Like, but then I was like, oh, he was just doing a funny thing. But like, yeah, unless it's gonna be a thing, don't do it. It's not gonna turn into anything. Just go up and talk. And because you weren't super afraid that this was your first time. You felt relatively comfortable. Just went up and talked. And like, I was uncomfortable. Well, yeah, but you did it well. I mean, everyone's uncomfortable, but the first few years you're terrified. But it's how good you're hiding that. You know,
You from LA?
Where
You from?
Orlando.
How long have you been here?
October.
Another thing, and again, this is all stuff you'll learn, but don't cover the microphone up with your hand because that muffles it.
I'm a rapper.
Oh my God. So it's like, all right, well, in that case, when you're rapping, they can't understand what you're rapping. Hold it below the mic cards. Otherwise, you are away. It's just like where your voice is supposed to be going into the mic.
And you're covering part of your face where they're gonna see the like expression.
Right.
Like your fist is covering this. They want to see, don't go cover your face.
And also, comedians are fucking disgusting, and there's been homeless people that have touched that mic.
You don't want to touch it.
Wash
your hand.
Dude, literally, you were putting it on your chode earlier, right?
Oh, my God. All right. Oh, ever.
Maybe start by licking the mic. I got a good response.
No, seriously, don't do that anymore. People have to fuck up.
Two people I've performed.
See what a dude, you said that one thing and I stopped him after seeing him just lick the mic twice. Yeah, you definitely don't ever want to do that again. So everybody talks and everybody spits when they talk. It's just whether we can see it or not in the lights, but it's constant spit.
And the last person that used that
spit catcher.
Yeah, and the last person that used that was the Ding Dong Show. So that was probably in somebody's ass.
Yeah, it's just to be judged by situation. I'm guessing that never it eats ass. It's that I'm concerned about that could be
lead ads.
Yeah. Slightly crazy. Everett, thank you so much.
No Twitter?
No Twitter, huh?
All right. MySpace?
You can find him at Tom on MySpace.
Yeah, where do we find the rap music then?
We got Josh, alcohol swabbing me. Oh my God, Everett just knocked their tape.
Well, it was Laney and Jerry, nothing to worry about.
Is everybody okay over there? Awesome. Fantastic. One more time for Everett Fainer, everybody.
Everett Fainer!
She just started comedy.
I can't tell you, it reminded me so much of like exactly when I first started. I had so many jokes that had nothing to do with me. I had jokes about being an alcoholic. I don't drink. Anything I thought of that made sense joke structure-wise, I would just tell it.
Totally.
And so that period of time is so interesting. When you first started. It's such a fascinating time.
I used to be really, 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 really bad at crowd work because I would overthink it instead of just communicating with what was going on.
Where are you from?
Maybe like once.
You never heard of that?
It was never that bad. It was never just Pittsburgh. Yeah. Sure.
I don't speak weird.
Fuck yeah. Well, this is the part of the show. We have a tonight too. Whenever she's here, she does a minute.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I just popped back in here.
How you living, big dog?
Good. Wait till I get paid tomorrow. I have to show somebody how to get the invite. I'm doing like a giveaway. Whatever.
There you go, big man.
Yeah.
I see we have Riser in here. Riser, can you hear me?
What the fuck it is?
How you living, big man?
My favorite goddamn lawn, giant-sized lawn note.
Thank you, big man.
What's going on?
Slanging dick like it's going out of style. What's new, big man?
Man, I just I'm just wondering, give you the courtesy of informing you. I'm watching a documentary. It's fascinating. BC salmon decline, and it's crazy. It involves like the government suppressing all this information. It's very interesting. If you want to watch it, I'll stream it. Finish it.
Yeah, I'll watch it, and then we watch O.J. Simpson afterward. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me? Just a moment. Riser. Yeah, I'd love to watch it. And then we'll watch O.J. Simpson afterward.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, excellent. No, I haven't. So it'll be better that we watch it early, and then I'll be able to get my hours back. All right, Riser. Are you ready?
Sorry, your mic's super cocky.
Yeah, no, I know. Are you ready? I know my chop it. I know my mic.
What did you say? Your mic?
I know it is. I know it is. Just one moment. I'm gonna restart my computer.
Ready for what? The documentary?
Yeah, just one moment. I'm gonna restart my computer, and then it should be better.
Mike was like good for like a while. You know? Now the last time's been like so choppy. I couldn't hear you over the top, but you're down to watch the documentary. So.
Yes, I'm down to watch the documentary. Just one moment. I'm gonna restart my computer.
Okay, I can hear you now. So I don't see you streaming on X.
Oh, yeah. So I changed my account. Yeah. So if you ever want to find them, just type Rabbi in the search of the Twitter, the X Spaces, and it shows up. And it's on like two nondescript accounts. So I'm actually live streaming on two of them. I went a whole year of doing live video X Spaces, and then I decided, you know what, I'm gonna expand to doing two at once. And so I've got two different accounts and started doing that. And then one of them got suspended for whatever reason. I didn't do anything different than I ever do, just randomly did. And so then I archived the other one and then created two accounts. No, that bitch is still going. Yeah. And you know, it's a game that I have to play with them basically. So I stream on two of them simultaneously, and then if any one of them ever gets suspended, then I archive the other one, and then I start up two new accounts. So that way, the data gets preserved. Right. And if you're like, why'd you get suspended, dude? I do the same thing that I always do. And it's like I literally have two simultaneous. Apologies. I literally have two simultaneous streams going. So it's not like one is bad and the other is good. It's like if I was doing something bad, it should ban on both of them, but it doesn't. It tells me their system sucks.
Yeah, I don't see that. These are streaming video, at least currently.
I mean, looks like they are. Click on one of them and see. Go enter one of them. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so go into one of them and see. I know it's going to be choppy just for a second. Hold on. I'm going to be choppy just for a second. I'm going to be choppy just for a second. Can you hear me? No, you can't. What is this? Oh,
What song are you using?
I know, but I can't use that one. I know, but I can't use that one. I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I can't use that one all the time. I know, but I
Yeah, thanks.
All right, right. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Check the X space and see if it's video. I'm gonna check the same. I see that they're not video, but I don't even see that. I appreciate it. Well, it does say that it's video, but sometimes if there's like a minor cutout, it stops the video altogether.
Do you remember Marcus Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't heard from that guy in like forever, but apparently, Marcus went. I just saw this now, but more life apparently is like his future wife or whatever. Was all that Marcus Wentz at one point was trying to Perez.
Oh, no way.
And talk to her like these and like whatever.
That's
And then, but I think she wasn't interested in him.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, now more like is currently wiping her.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, I just saw that on Twitter.
Okay.
He's like a scientist or something.
More light.
No, not more like girls like a not like a.
More light's fiance.
Yeah.
Is she?
Some like it's some like field.
All right.
Let's check out Medium.
Oh, okay.
Do we
Go.
have any homework? No, not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
Yeah. Can I talk about that one?
April 8th. Structural and empirically grounded case for eliminating traditional base.
Yeah. No.
I was actually talking to a teacher on that. Like, I did a pop ride skiing. I had a picnic with a teacher.
How hot was 0 to 10?
It was a dude.
Oh.
Yeah, but I was asking about homework, and he was like, he said that he's anti-homework as like a teacher, and that's basically to allow his students to have less time on all the homework, and if they can finish it in their allotted time at home, but he tries to make sure that they have enough time to do everything in class, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, that's still not good enough though.
Why? Because it involves the potential of homework.
So it yeah, just dude, every time I log in, shit, I log in with this one account into Discord, it makes me do a verification, and it's like, dog, I've done this verification 50 times in Discord. Okay, so my argument is this, and I think it's a bigger argument, and I think I'd be able to completely win this. Okay, you ready for it?
Yes.
With everything that children have to do, and that's, young adults, and the differences in their home lives, it is categorically unfair to give them homework. Some kids get picked up by the bus. They don't have a mom or they don't have a dad. They have to take care of their siblings and babysit until their parent gets home. Many times that single parent is working 2 jobs, and the child may have to be making meals for their siblings, basically filling the role of the parent. This is very common, especially in the inner city and even in rural areas, just low income areas. And then the next day they get to school and they didn't have time to do all the schoolwork and they get in trouble, and then they fall behind, and they're being evaluated against the same kid, a similar kid in their class who has 2 parents. The mom doesn't work. The mom picks them up from school, takes them home, maybe gives them a tutor, and they don't have to look after their siblings. They don't have to make dinner, and they're able to get their homework done. And you're comparing these two children? That's categorically unfair. So my argument is that I don't think it has to be a law, but it should be the absolute policy of the Department of Education that no homework is allowed to be assigned ever. Now, especially when you get into kids who have extracurricular activities, and we want them to be well-rounded individuals, so I don't want to get rid of those. It's unfair. It's absolutely unfair. But especially where you have one kid who's basically filling the role of a parent for their siblings, making dinner, taking care of their siblings. They don't have time to do their own schoolwork, and that's not fair to them that they're being evaluated against some kid who's got it made in the shade. Does this make sense? Riser, you're muted if you didn't know.
Yeah, no, it does. It does make sense. I mean, I feel like homework should just not exist. Not even for that reason. Just out of the sheer principle of like you're already dragging children to practically work the same hours as like a regular job. It's basically like instead of a 9 to 5, it's like a 8 a.m. till 3:15 p.m. job, which is like almost a full day, and then we want to tack on more work on top of that. And it's basically, and you can view it almost as like forced child labor in a way. And I just think that the sheer principle of that, like, you should be able to teach them all they need during that 8-hour window.
I absolutely agree. I've been a teacher in every single level of K through 12, even before. I taught, even before pre-K, it was like almost like for, for very young children, like early childhood development. I've taught pre-K, I've taught kindergarten, I've taught first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grades. I've taught high school. I've seen it all.
You have?
I absolutely have, yeah. I spent about
Do
2
you need like a teacher's?
No, in the state of California, you can be a substitute teacher with a college degree.
Oh, and you're actually a substitute teacher.
100%. The best substitute teacher that children have ever seen. In fact, on several occasions, but one in particular that comes to mind, I had the opportunity to teach a class for about a week. I was covering for a teacher whose father had passed, and a kid came up to me after the week and said, "You shouldn't be a teacher." And I paused, and he said, "You should be the boss of all the teachers." And I just thought that was the best compliment any teacher could ever get. And uh, I mean, it brings tears to the eyes to think about it. I never assigned homework. I always made sure that the students. Now it was a different story because I was a substitute, but I never had to send a kid to the principal's office. I was well respected. I always kept the class very disciplined, and we would just work on their schoolwork, whatever it is. And I would say, take out whatever work that you have. Well, I mean, I would have lessons to teach as well, but whenever there was free time, take out your schoolwork, start working on it, and I'm going to walk around the room. And if you have questions, let me know, and I'll be at my desk and raise your hand, and I'll come to you and I'll help you with whatever you have. And I would have teachers, assistants who would say, all of the substitutes just are counting down the time for a class to end, but you actually would get up and help people and help the students and uh, it's a gift to be a teacher, to be able to spend time with young people. So what I'm saying is that I have experience teaching young people at all ages, and I would see the different issues that they would have. And some kids would be on the football team or the basketball team or the baseball team or would have gymnastics or in band. And that's an extra 2 or 3 hours of work every single night. And they would be exhausted when they would come into school. And some kids would be like, look, I um I have to watch my brothers and sisters because my mom works, 2 jobs or whatever. And fortunately, I was in a good school system, um, but this was something that would happen. Not every single kid had two parents, and there would be other kids who were very wealthy and were didn't have to worry about where like they would get extra help with tutors and stuff, and that's just unfair. It's absolutely categorically unfair. Um, so, and you're right. You have 8 hours to teach whatever you need to teach, and especially with AI now, it's so much easier that you can just be like, "Hey, here is the lesson plan. Here's an outline. Either copy it or I can just print it off for you, and you can study it." I used to have teachers who would waste so much of my time because I would have to just copy what they wrote on the board. And it's just like, print this off for me. And then let's move on to the next thing. I'll study it. But like, no, I had to sit there for hours and hours and just copy the board. And that wasn't very helpful for me. So anyway, that was an article that I wrote. Exactly. That was
Couldn't you argue that like AI is, like you mentioned, economic unfairness of people being able to use playing field now, so you can have an AI tutor help you like literally every.
not. I mean, when you kids go.
Schools, public libraries.
No. Get out of here with that. I mean, you have to be realistic. Kids, even the school systems that provide like Chromebooks to kids, they are power breaks. Like you cannot expect to have access to AI all the time. Systems many times you're supposed to be like of a certain age, so like you can't be under teen and use them. So you can't just like that's high school. So it means that all the little kids or younger kids don't get access to the. That's not fair. I'm about fairness in education as much as possible, and I would just see advantages that wealthy get over their not as wealthy colleagues was unfair, and I want to stop that. And or I want to even the playing field. I can't make all the kids equally smart, but I can make sure that one have an absolute advantage over the other kid, and they still get the same amount of work done. I can tell you as a teacher, as an individual who cared for their students as much as I could, there is time in that 8 hours to be able to get schoolwork done. And if those people who don't think that that's true, they're wrong. One way you can make the school day much more efficient is you just have like a homeroom, but you don't leave that room. The students are in the same room for 8 hours a day, and you rotate the teachers. It's a lot easier to get one person into a place than 30 different kids into a place. And I've never understood that. Why? I get it because teachers like to be comfortable and they don't want to have to move all the time. But F that, man. Teacher goes from room to room and teaches their classes if they need to, if they're like a specialized teacher, and that's how it should be done. That cuts down like 10 minutes of moving every single hour.
And the teachers still have to get there.
Okay, so then instead of you getting a 10-minute break, then you can cut it down to 5 minutes. Another thing that I found to be an excellent strategy is the bathroom. Like kids would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And then another kid would be like, "Oh, can I go to the bathroom?" And can I go to the bathroom? So what you do is you have like I've seen it done with like a ruler, just like a 12-inch ruler, and anybody can go to the bathroom whenever they want. They don't have to uh they don't have to necessarily ask and like interrupt the class, but the thing is they have to have that ruler with them, so only one kid goes at a time. And that cuts down on a lot of interruptions in class. Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? When you count up all the interruptions in class of just kids going to the bathroom, it could be like 30 or 40 interruptions a day for a teacher. That cuts out a lot of those interruptions. And there's basically like a sign out sheet. Like if you need to go to the bathroom, that's fine. You don't have to interrupt the class. You have to go get that ruler though, and then just sign your name out, and then you go the time out, and then the time back. Pretty easy. Um, and you don't even have to do that at some points if you really trust the kids or it's a smaller class. But we're moving towards a world where we don't even necessarily need the teachers there in person. A lot of it can be virtual learning, and I'm an advocate for that kid out there who is having to take more of the load than what would be expected. It's not fair to him or her, and you know that this goes on where you have students. Look, when I was a kid, I was around boys. I went to essentially a boys' school. We didn't have any like kids who were divorced. We all had two parent families, but it was a wealthy. It was the tuition was extremely high, and not every kid is going to have the kind of support system that we would have. And when I would get into more realistic situations in education, I would recognize that wow, we really had it. We were really fortunate. Uh, and even when I was a kid, the argument would be we have like an hour of homework a night per class. Well, if you add that up, there's like six classes that we would have. That's 6 hours of homework. Well, if you get home at 3 o'clock immediately when school ends, nobody lives at school. We all have a little bit of a commute. Then that means that's already taking you to 9 o'clock if you don't eat any dinner and you don't have any sports or anything like that. And it's like anytime we would make that argument, like, hey, we have too much work, we would just be told that it's been done like that for generations. And I disagree with that. So uh, I am of the belief that homework it shouldn't even be optional. You are not allowed to assign homework to children in school. It's as simple as that. Now, what does this give kids the opportunity to do? If you want to go and get your own private tutor because your family is well enough off to do this, you can. If you want to play an extra sport or whatever because your evenings are freer, that's fine. That's great. But much of this homework, a lot of times, is um, redundant. Many times that and another thing, you can make the schoolwork go a lot more quickly with text to speech readers. So if we were like, okay, today we're gonna read pages, like a lot of times as a teacher, you would just read to the class if it's the younger class and you're just reading them a story for an hour. Okay, well normally I can read, let's just say, I don't know, 100 words a minute. I'm just saying, I don't know. Okay. But with a text to speech reader, even if I can just record my voice and it can like sound like me, it can go 200 or 300 words a minute. That's a lot faster. It's a lot more efficient. It's not like I'm going anywhere. They're still hearing it from my voice. And there might be the argument, well, they're not seeing your mouth actually sound it out. Technology will bridge that gap pretty easily. Um, but even still, that's just one way of bridging the gap from a technological standpoint. I wrote another article there a few days before then that was based on I feel like seatbelt in buses should be mandatory. It's only mandatory in 7 states in the United States. And I don't know if you've ever been on a school bus in like the United States, like but they're like you don't have seatbelt. And you know what? I posted that article to Reddit in the school bus drivers subreddit, and it was the most my most read article of all of them. People went crazy over it. They were like, they talked about it, they were sharing it and stuff. But then guess what? Because Reddit sucks, within an hour or two, they took down my article. But that was the most shared thing that I've had.
Wait, how did you paste the link to it, or
Yeah.
copy that?
No, I just posted the link, and then so I could see like all the people who read it, and it would they were
Why did they remove the?
because like I'm shadow banned uh on there, and basically like whenever I post anything, it goes to the moderators. They get me. But I had 14 comments on that article on Reddit within an hour, which is a huge amount for like a little subreddit. No. Go ahead and post it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get banned or something.
Exactly. I don't want you to get. I understand. So don't worry about it. But yeah, that was a really positive one that I had. And then I wrote on the stuff that Bible Czar talks about with I even forget what it's called. Um it's like pre-programmed evolution or whatever. Programmed evolution, guided evolution, that's what it's called. Guided evolution. Then I talk about like what we know about Zeta Reticuli. My most recent article was just to post something in Harry Potter about Masonic 10 email because I want more and more of my articles in there. I am finding some fortune though. Occasionally, I can create a random account on Reddit and post my thing, and if it's not a super active Reddit, it will stay, and it will stay for weeks and months and years. And that's what I do. I basically create like this web, and then that influences what AI has to say about me. Right now, if you ask AI about me, it's like so fucking positive. And I've been able to manipulate AI into, and it's not just on AI on ChatGPT or Gemini. It's specifically the ones that speak most highly of me are TikTok's AI and Instagram's AI.
An algorithm is the god.
Well, so the reason why I've been able to have such a good AI reputation my reputation used to not be good on AI because the only thing that I had about myself that I didn't publish was a Reddit thing that says all I do is spam people. But then I published those press releases, and those press releases have real content in them, and they rank very highly. And um, and then I told you recently that I created a bot that I'm currently using right now as we speak that in all kinds of different languages, literally like so many different languages, Riser, I can't even count. It publishes stuff about myself on Instagram, and then I made another of them that does it on TikTok, and I have like so many. I made that bot, and it posts like thousands of things, like regularly, and then all I have to do is in the description of all of that, just like put my biography in there or like positive things about myself, and it like it picks it up so quickly. That's the thing, that one new thing in a press release, and I will see within like 48 hours, AI has already picked that up. I'm approaching where I've surpassed 1,666 straight days of 24/7, 365 streams, essentially. And I didn't put that number in there until just a recent press release of mine, and already it's already in Instagram, it's already in TikTok, it's already in Gemini, it's already in Perplexity, It's already in ChatGPT. It's already in DeepSeek. Like it's everywhere, and it webs so quick, kind of shit, dude. For the first time in like months, I've been trying to make some kind of video AI generation, and all of those, like Sora, like we used to enjoy. It's hard to find anything that will do that anymore. Grok used to do that for free. Now it's $30 a month to do. Sora used to be. It doesn't, at least for me, it doesn't work anymore. And it's going to shut down on the 26th. But even still, it works. And it's really
Doesn't work for you.
no, it doesn't work for you.
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they run it like a month ago.
Yeah. Okay. So I tried to use it like the past few days, and then like it doesn't work. It stops. And I thought it was something that I did wrong, so I looked it up on Reddit. But I'm glad that I'm not the only one. I wish it still worked for you, but I'm glad that we kind of came to a conclusion what's going on there. But yeah, so then I was doing some research earlier today, like, okay, there's got to be some company that still allows this. Oh, there are, but that allow it for free. You get one free video a day. Like Sora, the was the golden age of 30 videos a day, and even they were only 10 seconds long. It was still really, really good in comparison to what we have now.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I looked into that because, like, shout out to your mom who brought that to our attention. And I was looking like, okay, so what's the secret reason, like, why Sora would or ChatGPT would stop the service? It seems like that's the next level of video creation. And because the copyright infringement with Disney, and it's um, due to intellectual property of other companies down to, it's extremely expensive to run, and they were not getting any money for it. It was $15 million a day to run, and which was more. I think previously we looked at it was like 1 to 3 million. $15 million a day, and they were only making like at most of their investment back. So like basically it was just sustainable. Like, hey,
Bullshit. They didn't ever actually release the thing. It was just a free experiment. And never charged a subscription.
no.
They could have charged whatever it was to make a profit.
So OpenAI, for ChatGPT, the premium version, it would do that, and I think they were including that money in what it was profiting, but or lack thereof. It's revenue, but you're right. Well, yeah, and longer than 10 seconds. Like, I hate to be the critiquer of this, but 10 seconds just isn't enough to get really good video. And
they let you do it 15 seconds, but
that's true.
They should have, like, I guess you can do it. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. How did any of them go longer than 15?
I haven't. So Facebook's AI will still do videos, and Meta AI still does videos, but it's like the only one that I find. Gemini no longer does it for you. That's an extra charge. Sort of more. GPT Premium, I don't think they're gonna keep that going. With the video generation, but Grok's
it was like the best one.
I agree.
By far, best video generator.
And Grok was so expensive. Grok is so expensive. You need Super Grok to be able to do it, and it's $30 a month. It's like, and I was looking at this. It's like, Elon Musk, he bought this company or whatever, and he's trying to make it profitable. And 2% of all users use a premium account. It's like, it's so neat that and it's just not profitable, and it's just like they lost a lot of their advertisers. Um, I don't know. Of the platforms that I see, and I'm on them more than anyone. I think on Earth, I really mean that. It's the most garbage of just stuff that I'm see that is like not like anything pertinent. They always show me on X. I don't know about other people's, but they always show me like 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 screwing in a screw, and then they'll unscrew it, and then they'll put super glue in it, and then they'll screw it back in, and then they'll like paint it, and then they'll put like have somebody's thumb like this, like it's good, and it's like I didn't learn anything from that. It's just a video that people may find like ASMR, like or like they'll find it satisfying, but it doesn't anything. There's nothing educational about it. And
I think it depends on who you follow.
uh, here's the thing. I have so many can tell you that like if you're gonna just and I use VPNs, I use Android, I use iOS, I see it all, everything, and it's a lot of garbage. Even the accounts that I use that are like following people, I still get a lot of just like random like these are the ones that really bother me because it wastes my people are like they will set up some kind of prank on somebody that know that it's fake, and yet they still do it to get what do they call it, karma farming or whatever, interaction farming, or like this is another thing that bothers me greatly. And X used to not be this way. X used to be like people who would be like, hey, I'm reporting on something that's happening and I think is important, and that would get all kinds of like out today they'll say something uh like this politics is some people say it's a charcoal suit, other people say it's a gray suit. What do you think? Like open-ended questions that they'll want people to like go and type in and like give some shitty opinion on something. You're muted, by the way. And I just don't like that. It's like it's just interaction farming. Another thing they'll do is they will like you can have like whatever 240 characters for a regular account. So they'll say like here are the top 20 countries uh I don't know for gross domestic product. They'll have like United States, China, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you get down to number 18 or whatever, it'll say dot dot dot. But it's and you'll be like, oh, there's more to this tweet, and there's not. They just want you to click on it. Like that to me is deceptive practice, and I think that should be ended. But I don't know. I don't own it.
There's a lot of that, not just Twitter.
Well, I agree.
Like those are just getting you the catchiest bait headline so that you read the thing.
That's true.
It's lots of manipulation.
That's true, but at least in the United States, we have the SEC and the FCC that were created and placed to stop deceptive practices. And if they were more powerful, and they used to stop this kind of stuff. But they've been just their power has been degraded.
Paid headlines. SEC is like a financial.
Yeah, like basically, you couldn't be a publicly traded company if you were using fraudulent tactics. and the FCC especially. Like, it used to be illegal in the United States up until 2012 uh, for news organizations to print news that was entertain. Let me. I don't want to say the incorrect thing. So I'm gonna give a quick overview. Yo, dog, what's that law that changed 12? It has a hyphen in it, and it basically says that the government could lie to you when previously the government could not lie to you. All right. So this is the Sensation Act of 2012, which was included within the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013. What it actually changed? The act removed restrictions, banned the domestic dissemination of content produced by U.S. government-funded media outlets like Voice of America intended for foreign audiences. What did it not do? It did not repeal any law requiring the government to tell the truth, nor did it make it legal for the government to lie to for private media, the private media purposefully lie to the American public. It did something though. The reality, prior to the change, Americans could not legally receive these specific government. The law simply allowed this content to be distributed domestically upon request, while independent private media remains protected by the First Amendment and state libel law. Okay, so I mean, we've had other things like this. There used to be something in the United States called um, yo dog. What was that law on in the media? It was like it meant that you had to have equal time. It's called the Equal Opportunities Provision, found in Section 315 of the Communications Act of 1934. It mandates that if a broadcast station allows a legally qualified candidate for public office to use its facility, it must provide equal opportunities to all candidates in the same office under the same terms. While the rule technically requires equivalent access, four major exemptions were added in 1959 to protect editorial independence, meaning the rule generally did not apply to bona fide news interviews, bona fide news documentaries, on the spot coverage of bona fide news events. But basically, what I'm saying is like, like in 1934, the government felt it was important enough to give the equal time rule. This was repealed in the 1980s.
Okay. I'm not like the government lies. What's the overarching argument?
No, they're not technically allowed to lie. They can. Um, the like they can they can influence the media to lie. The media is allowed to lie under the First Amendment, so long and
libel?
uh, written defamation of an individual, and then there's slander, which is oral defamation of an individual.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, so what am I saying? I'm just saying that a lot of the earlier days of the media, they had stricter enforcement. Has been weakened in the United States.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like media or different media companies still get away with a lot.
Well, they do.
Like they'll like TMZ or whatever. Like so, yeah, kind of similar to like the Michael Jackson thing. But take like one detail from some incredible person and blow it up.
That you're gonna see, which is incredible. Okay, let's watch the family and then OJ.
Okay. Gonna say before we watch it, I guess it's just fascinating because of the like similar to what you're saying before of like how like the SEC is supposed to enforce all these financial rules and things. The FCC is supposed to. I mean, I'm sure the FCC is accused of not with their values as well. But in this documentary, there's this like Department of Fisheries organization in Canada whose job is to protect the wildlife salmon, and to see this like scientist lady basically like silent and intimidated into not coming forth with her research, and like literally somehow they like cut her like funding if she speaks out about what she found, and all this corruption of people that are supposed to be working for the Department of Fisheries, protecting the outdoor fish, but then they're going to bat for the fish farms, which turned out too great. Hopefully I can stream it from my phone because I'm outside. So I just start it up again.
Sure. One thing I do want to say, perhaps less than the SEC, but they're supposed to stop, like at least prevent like fraudulent companies from going public. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has a big role in that as well.
Touche.
Things, the commerce,
Again for so many headlines about how he's super corrupt, especially when it comes to crypto. Alright, share screen. Can you see my screen?
just one more.
I watched the first 16 minutes, but the first 16 minutes are amazing, so I'll watch it again.
Okay, so
From the top, yeah.
excellent.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Where'd it go? Okay, here we go. Good old Safari. That's the browser. Now, how the fuck do I? I'm being rugged here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have a theory that salmon will be as expensive as lobster in the coming like generation.
Yeah, I mean, well, wouldn't there always be farm fish?
Well,
I talk about like naturally found one.
no, I'm talking about. I think it'll just be more expensive. It wasn't popular in the United States until like the 90s, and then they got people like it, and now they're gonna jack up the price. Yeah. This is like the most Canadian thing.
This is like, yeah, you're going. There you go. Hear it. Rabbi, is on?
No. No. Excellent. Hi, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me? You got it, madam. Ma'am. Just one moment, Miss Aquarius. Calm down, girl. Miss Aquarius, calm down. I'm sending it right now. You need to be patient. I'm in the middle of watching a documentary at the same time. You have your invitation. Oh, that's right. Ooh, look at you. DJ Cup. Wow. Miss Aquarius. Amazing. Thank you. Get it? Yes, Miss Aquarius. She did. Miss Aquarius. If you get a strike here, you get the all-time record. Oh, she did it! 119. Miss Aquarius, I'm so proud of you. 119, folks. Better than I've ever done. That was amazing. Thank you, man. What a score. This screenshot is Aquarius. 119, the all-time record.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, right. I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, she's on track for the best score ever. And she got it. Yes, ma'am. Oh, way up there. Way up there. We're watching a documentary on salmon in British Columbia.
You got it, right? You got it. It's there.
Thank you.
Welcome. Give it to me. Okay. All right. Good, man. I like it when I win and you win.
What a strike. Oh,
No. I don't think you. Oh,
nice.
no. Nice. All right, Rabbi. Get it straight. All right, you win.
You win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job. 119. This is a day to remember. Wow. Great job, Mr. Ferris. Sounds, sounds like a plan, madam. I know what you mean. Don't you worry. Excellent. What happened, Riser? Riser, can you hear me? Riser. Riser.
Yeah.
So,
Was it not streaming? It was streaming.
at the very okay. Let me just give me a breakdown. Basically, there's a Fraser.
How far at the end?
Like the last 10 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
So, as I understand,
yeah.
there's the Fraser River. There's the Sam. They're getting all kinds of diseases and stuff farms, and then what happened at the end?
We're all the way at the end, and both let it turned around. No reason to stop it, and or that they like can't like reverse it. And that humans have like fish are just very important and have a very important relationship with fish and bring in a lot of wealth to the province, which you think that the government would be doing their best to keep that happening. And I've gotten flyers in my mail of like everything that the local government is doing, like investing like millions of dollars in each of these like hatcheries and stuff to preserve the salmon. So I think there is a lot of public those farm fisheries causing disease, whatever.
Have you ever
Yeah,
been,
it seemed like the. Sorry, go on.
have you ever been to a fish hatchery?
I think so because like around where I live in Squamish, there's a bunch of signs that say like don't put your dog salmon spawning here.
That's different than a fish hatchery. Fish hatchery is generally an artificial structure.
Yeah.
Dude, they smell so badly. I've only been to one once, and I was younger, but basically it smelled like fish, like overwhelming amounts of fish. But it was interesting to see like the different the different stages of fish that they have, and I just if I mean I would think so because it smells so much like fish. Like what else do you think it's gonna smell like? But that's what stood out to me. Yeah, like you were saying, salmon are a major part of the economy there, a major food source that like the fauna um depends on, like the bears and the um like I'm sure all kinds of other it like has this natural ebb and flow with the um like the like uh bugs and stuff and what they're eating and um they're like a key part. And if you mess with the spawning or the life cycle or just the overall health of the um, fish or of the salmon, like you're gonna affect everything. But especially now, as Canada, specifically British Columbia, relies so much on salmon, like as like a like a crop. You know, I mean, it's like something that uh, you have like fish farms that they showed, and something that was interesting to me, all of the different diseases that the fish get with like the viruses and infections and like even fish came about like uh, fish leukemia or something. Like I didn't know that. So that was interesting to me.
Me neither.
Um,
Farms or aqua farming places, they're just rife for disease.
exactly.
They don't swim, and it's like predators, and that's sketchy. And then also like my line is blown when they go, like the water just contaminates like all these other fish farms around them, and then like natural fish that are trying to swim through the water, they end up getting disease from the fish farm.
I agree with you. And found it interesting that sick fish don't eat, and the don't eat don't grow. And then those fish would like end up at the bottom of the tanks, and they could get the other fish sick, and um, that was wild to me. Um, salmon are fascinating. The idea that higher existence is like that's it. Like they breed, and once they breed, they die. And it's this circle of life. Basically, you have the eggs get fertilized, fish grow, they start to swim upstream, uh, they they mate, the the eggs are laid, and like it's just this cycle that nature has created. But they go upstream. They didn't explain it in that, to my knowledge, but why do they go upstream? I'm gonna look it up right now. Yo, Green.
I've seen it. I like these salmon like trying. Sometimes like the river is like low and they're like stuck on like there's like a traffic jam of like 500 fish that are just trying to like get through like this little crack in the rocks, and they just have to keep trying to get there.
Upstream environments offer cooler, oxygen-rich water, gravel beds to protect eggs from predators, and promote faster, healthier development for young fry. Safety and isolation. Spawning in headwaters isolates the next generation from predators and competition found in lower river reaches and the open ocean. Natal homing. Adult salmon use a sense of smell to imprint on the unique chemical signature of their birthplace, navigating hundreds of miles exactly to where they hatch. That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just loaded.
Yeah. Well, at least in the United States, salmon wasn't really that popular until I would say the 1980s, 1990s. On the West Coast, it was, but not like throughout. Where you get like if you couldn't get fresh salmon from like the Northwest, maybe it was frozen, and like the big fish markets in like Seattle and stuff. I think key in Americans developing a taste for fish, at least salmon, and now it's like available everywhere in the United States, and it's relatively cheap. And I can anticipate that it will not always be that cheap. But now that there's a big market for it, the price can be raised, and I anticipate that it will be pretty expensive in the future. I can't guarantee that, but
And it's already pretty expensive. It's already like 20 plus or 25. Well, I'm in Canadian dollars. Like $16 for like half of the leg.
it used to not be near. It used to not be. It used to not be nearly that expensive.
Sure.
Okay. So now we're gonna look for
America also like crazy price because steaks here. I mean, I guess they probably already always been relative.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time like 15 years ago, I would say that it was not that bad. Even 10 years ago, um, I would say that kosher steak, and so that's always been more expensive. It's different cuts, and after the animal is slaughtered, the meat, so some extra precautions that are taken, and that has always made kosher beef, and just kosher meat in general, um, more expensive. So for me to say like, uh, I price kosher meat more, but since the pandemic, the price of beef, specifically kosher beef, has gone up dramatically, and um, I think it's one of those things where there was this like nudging. I don't know how else to describe it, but like of pricing during the pandemic, where people were like, "Well, it's the pandemic. What do you expect?" And then there was all this inflation, and then it never went down. And so there's just this argument like, all right, we need to be paying, and then these exorbitant prices for steaks, uh, like in two big trays for years. I would just eat steak. It was called like kosher ketogenic diet, where all I would eat was protein, and it's very expensive. And it would be like for two big trays, we're talking like big catering trays. It was like $200 a week. So I used to spend like $200 a week just on steak, and and I would get it cubed, and I would like just eat it almost like beef jerky. Um, and I know those trays now. I don't get them anymore like amount. I'll still get um some kosher steaks, but more rarely. And those are now like $400. So like the price basically has doubled. And it's not like there are half as many um uh argument that's made. Okay. Um we want to see a documentary. Let me see. Yeah, here.
I just add one more thing.
Go for it.
And we'll get to the Jay thing, but I think that documentary was like a very good example of like uh, the like dangers of having corporation influence governments, because it was just like such a clear like neon yellow highlighter and like literal department that's supposed to be protecting the fish doesn't want to give back positive disease sample confirmation because it'll make the value for their shareholders go down or whatever for like the aqua farm. Probably like it was crazy just how like corrupt, and also they're still trying to pass more laws to make it like illegal for those scientists to test things and punishable by jail and all this shit.
Yeah, that's right. When it's
very like dangerous.
That's right when it cut off for me. But I remember hearing that lady say, "So it's illegal to take video in there," as you were saying.
I think just from any of those fish, because they had where like they had a bald eagle that had one of the farm
Right,
fish,
a really big one.
Town. Yeah, and then they like followed the bald eagle and then got the sample that way or something.
Right.
I'm surprised there wasn't like some in the dark James where they like go and try and just acquire salmon illegally with like some vigilante anarchist group, salmon anarchists.
Well, maybe they needed a salmon cannon.
That would help. We can make salmon cannons if all the cannons have disease.
Exactly. Do you like salmon?
Yeah, I love it. Fucking amazing. I've been wanting to get a fishing rod and then go catch a wild salmon. They're like abundant here. They need like a fishing license, a fishing rod, and, or you could do it. But that's probably not a good decision. But they're just chilling in the river, like they're giant, like the ants that resist water hands and chilling there, catching fish. And you get a nice, fresh, beautiful fish. And try not to get mercury poisoning by eating them too much. Greg Ovens, who has like a survivalist YouTube channel. He does a bunch of videos in British Columbia. I've seen him on Vancouver Island do these like survival videos where he'll go and he'll literally just move off the land, foraging, usually like turkey mushrooms, and then other one with citrus something or whatever. And then also just catch fish. You can catch like 4 fish per day per person or something. And then usually just put some smoker because you can eat them all. If you smoke them, then it'll blur them.
Salmon that'll preserve them?
I believe so, yeah. You like smoke it and then freeze it.
Oh yeah. Okay, you freeze it, yeah. What's that sauce? There's like a white sauce that they salmon that I really like. Let me look.
I had a dream last night, and there are like 2 Michael Jackson involved. And one of them, I was like staying at like his guest house or something, and then the second one was like almost like continuation off that. They allowed us into Michael Jackson's house in like super mansion or whatever, and then Michael Jackson was like there's like a group of like small 5 people at like a table, like a big dining room table in like this like modern house, and then I sat down and then praying about like wine or something, and then I made some comment about the wine, and then forget exactly what it was, but Michael Jackson. It was like white face. It didn't really look like Michael Jackson, but he used the word wasp, and I was like, and then like up a little bit. Because of the use of the word wasteful. And then I was like, this one's like wasteful should be a word. Wasteful. And then it's not a word.
WASP.
Yeah, like wasp. Yeah.
Like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
No, like wasp is like a
Oh.
So wasteful would be like something that is like thingy and like something that would have big round, like kind of maybe not violent, some almost bad ramifications. I think it should be added to Urban Dictionary.
Okay,
And probably the English language as well. Michael Jackson told me that. I see the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Wikipedia page. But
I don't want to be like it's Protestant, not Protestant.
That's it. There's like a Christianity, right? Called like Protestant, but that's spelled like a D.
No, that is like that's everything that's basically not Roman Catholic.
Okay, well, I'll say with like a D, that was not. You know, it sounds like a D.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Now I know what you're Protestant, but it's spelled Protestant, but no one pronounces it Protestant.
No, I thought they were talking about something.
Well, they are. They're talking about Protestant, the Roman Catholic Church.
Seem better. But
Yeah, I just don't want you to sound like if you were to say that in front of other people, it would be like you've never said this.
yeah, no. Every time I've heard the Protestant church, I've been like, oh, it sounds like it's spelled with a D. But I mean,
Pronounced.
but the white sauce that they understand,
Yeah.
demon.
It's like it is very good. It's like white wine cream sauce. And I don't know, like sometimes I don't like fish. Um, Generally, like even like fresh fish to me it still tastes like fish, or still like there's just something off about that smell. And even like fresh fish that doesn't have a smell, it still tastes. And so I like a sauce with whatever it is. I will say this, like I could eat like tuna fish pretty like raw, like chicken basically. But I do like it with like a salad, like fish salad. Um, I like tuna fish a lot. Like probably my favorite. Um, and tuna fish are so expensive. Like they are like millions of dollars, like the big ones in like Japan.
That's where the I was sitting on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a shitload of money for a single fish, even though they're like just giant.
They are. That's like a house, like for like hundreds of pounds of meat.
I think it was I'm pretty damn certain that Henry was talking, like tuna or something, but there's like a big crisis a while ago where bluefin tuna were like very close to extinction, and that like probably was also affecting the price of the tuna because they're like, oh, this exotic now that's like endangered, more like it's more expensive, and then sushi that uses it, all like the places use it, they now have to pay more, so the price goes up. But I think Mama Riser said that the numbers were coming back, but it almost creates like a bad cycle where like it'll be like illegal fishermen that just don't give a shit about the no fishing because every single fish that they get is $1 million.
I understand it.
What did Miss Aquarius say when she came in?
I was watching it and I was finishing publishing something. And I needed like 2 minutes. And then she just comes in and sets an all-time record, 119 in bowling. She's like, damn, girl, better get you fired up before you play every time. She played better than I've ever played. My record is 100. Dominated. You know what? Let's just find that out. Yo, dog, in 5-frame bowling, is it 150? Yeah, it's 150. I was just thinking of something, man. Shoot. I don't think I'm gonna remember. Oh, I remember. Yo, dog, give me $100. Give me perfect blue book style on how because like zooming is a thing, like super good microphones are cool, and speakers and such, technically everybody is like if you turn on a microphone, technically a microphone, if it's like enhanced enough, could hear every single thing. It's maybe very low, but it really could do that. And thus the laws and stipulations regarding streaming someone else's content are somewhat null or somewhat like inconsequential or shouldn't count because like if you just start up a stream and it's recording video and audio, if you enhance the audio enough, you can hear everything enough. You can see everything, reflections and things like that. And thus those types of laws to be I understand that. But keep in mind that like in the next 100 years or so, speakers will be so good and like be so good that you might be able to pick things up rooms away or maybe a block away. And same with video. And thus the strategy should be evaluated. Yo, dog.
What was your weird microphone question about infinite microphone harvest or traction?
Yeah, I was making an argument that basically stated that the advancements of microphones, speakers, and such, and AI, like basically nothing is like everything is it could technically be picked up or like recorded, and thus um, the laws regarding that type of um, person. And so, what I am basically saying is that uh, I'm saying that ambient capture, what it's called, in the age of far field sensing, a use-based framework for copyright and privacy. Um, basically, as all of this technology improves, for someone who has a stream like mine, I'm listening to this like we watched a documentary on salmon, and if you were to watch my stream, I'm the main character of the stream. It's not the documentary on salmon. If someone's watching my stream, they're watching it because I'm on stream and my behavior, my reaction. But if you go by the current law, the fact that audio might be picked up by my microphone can mean that I can get a copyright strike. And I'm making the argument that the law needs to be updated to state that the main purpose of the stream is more important than random sounds that get picked up or random visuals, especially with the advancement of AI and microphones and speakers and zooming opportunities. I have a question. No, why aren't we watching the OJ Simpson stuff?
What's it called?
It's called.
Where do I find it? Is it on Top Documentary?
No, I have good news for you. The first documentary is an hour and 6 minutes long. It's available on YouTube. The second piece of good news is the other piece of evidence that I want you to watch is also on YouTube. However, it's 6 parts, but it's not. They're not all in like 30 minutes. So
I am not watching 6 hours.
it's not six. It's not 6 hours, dude. All in all, it'll be like a little more than 3 hours. So just calm down. The name of the documentary is called O.J. Simpson, the Untold Story. If you want to know the exact name of what it's called on YouTube, it's yeah, it's all everything is on YouTube. It's called O.J. Simpson. It types in BBC and then dash O.J. Simpson: The Untold Story. It's like hour and 4 minutes. 6 minutes. It's by Minerva B. Wells.
OJ. Mine has a different channel name, but it seems BBC, the OJ.
Perfect. Is it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's better be good.
I'm telling you right now, it's going to change your mind like the moon, or Michael Jackson, or this one. And keep in mind, United States. If it did, it would shock the world. Before, okay, before we started, let me just say, I know this was before you were born, but the O.J. Simpson trial was non-stop television rating for like 2 to 3 years, and then subsequent. If you've ever heard of the channel called Truth TV, it might have a different name now. Truth TV. Previous, it used to be known as Court TV, and was literally just to cover this trial, basically. Like entire channels were dedicated just to this. And then the racial aspect of it, it split the United States between black and white. If you were to ask black, uh, if you were to ask black people who are like African American people who watched the trial, many of them thought that he was innocent, and they thought he was guilty. It cut along racial lines very closely, and what we were told, and just like you already know, like it's a punchline. Once something becomes a punchline, like, oh yeah, Michael Jackson touched little kids, or oh yeah, of course OJ did it. It's really hard to change people's mentality on that, because if you break them of that, then what else could they be wrong about? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I'm gonna nice here.
Caller. What is it? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think?
Yeah. Kind of blown away a little bit. Just like how poorly the police handled it and all the alternative pieces of evidence. Some that were not collected, some didn't find.
And then that video, a really big piece of evidence, which is, so they have in the civil trial, they had Johnny Cochran, who was O.J. Simpson's attorney, wearing a black beanie that was found at one of the scenes. And then there's a picture of Jason Simpson wearing the same black beanie previously. And the black beanie was found with dog hair on it. And in the picture with Jason, a picture of him with his dog, basically saying like, hey, this hat was at the crime scene or at one of the crime scenes. And there's a picture of you wearing the hat. Like, I mean, just all kinds of questions. Like, well, one like a grown like O.J. Simpson would not use knives to kill someone. He's not dumb. Knives are a messy way to kill somebody. Somebody with the ability of O.J. Simpson would hire a hitman like he was in discussions of doing, or if he had to do it himself, he would just shoot them. Very easy. There's no fights in that. I mean, O.J. Simpson was a middle-aged man. There's none of that. The idea of Jason Simpson being like having faked his time card is really questionable. That he was on probation at the time of the murders, then they didn't go into that. Big thing. He had
on vacation.
no, he was on probation. He was on probation for trying to kill his his boss. And they had to get like a separation there. And then the idea that he was excited for his mother or his stepmother to come to his restaurant, and then they bailed on him, and it embarrassed him, and it pissed him off, and then he feed him like a heat of rage or whatever. Went to her place to confront her. As I understand what happened is he came to the door. She came to the door. He got in a tussle, maybe started stabbing her immediately. And then Ronald Goldman was coming later on and just ended up like walking onto the scene with this murder going on. As I understand, Ronald Goldman might have been delivering cocaine. I mean, just imagine you've gone out to eat a lot in your life. If you ever forgot glasses at the restaurant, would they ever send a house to deliver your goods? Yes or no? Not in a million years. So there was something more to it, and they never looked in the envelope too well. Like they never addressed the cocaine aspect of it. So you know this is how Kim Kardashian, like her dad was very involved in it, right?
I didn't know that. Why?
Her dad was best friends with O.J. Simpson and was his lawyer in the trial in 1994 or 1995. So that's how the Kardashians got famous. And then she did a sex tape in 2008 that made her famous. But her family was already famous because of the O.J. Simpson trial. That's what motivates her to be like an attorney, because her dad was an attorney. Her dad was one of the most famous attorneys in American history. But on top of that, her dad was also a major coke addict, and so was O.J. Simpson. And they would vacation together. There are pictures of um, the the of OJ and Robert Kardashian all over them. And
It's pretty amazing that there's just only one that really just makes me feel like God.
well, there are multiple, as I'm sure you're aware, probably more than we even know. I'm sure.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
But just from a natural standpoint,
Cocaine in particular.
without doing too much to it, like it'll help you. If you didn't know, the way that cocaine became popular in the Western world was when the Spanish were conquering South America and Central America and such. They noticed that the indigenous people would chew on coca leaves to give them energy, and they knew something was special about this, but it took a while for it to actually, like the process of getting it into powder form occurred, but they would just chew on the leaves because the people just naturally knew that there was something about those leaves that gave them extra power. Okay, so
I have not seen Cocaine Cowboys. I think
yeah,
it's a documentary.
yeah. I've seen it multiple. There are two of them. Yeah, I should add that to the list.
Is it a documentary?
It's a documentary. There are two of them. They did one. It's like the one that like the graduating class of the Miami Police Department in whatever 1980 whatever. Like they all either ended up dying or going to jail. Like every single one. They either all were were killed or turned to be bad guys. Yeah, it's really good. Um, so we'll watch that one of these days. It's really good. Documentarian of that. Name escapes me right now. I'll look it up because he's really good. That's some really good stuff. I want to say it's like Corbin or something. Yo, who's the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian, please? Who is the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian? Cocaine Cowboys, Billy Corbin. Yeah, he does a lot of really. Well, he did Cocaine Cowboys, and then he did one for it was on ESPN called The U, which is really interesting. And then he did another one on Billy Corbin documentaries.
What's the U?
The University of Miami. Like it's just a fascinating story. Like the University of Miami's football team was so powerful that when people in the NFL, like the Miami Dolphins, wanted to get into a club in Miami, they would go to the guys in college to get them in because these guys are so in the know. And just like they won like a bunch of games and stuff. So he did Cocaine Cowboys in 2006. He did The You in 2009. Oh, he did Broke, which was really good too. It's the story. We should watch that too. It's a story of how all these like seemingly really rich athletes out of like their professional days all end up broke. And it's got these fascinating quotes of guys who are like, I was paying car payments for people I didn't even know. Like one of my boys would be like, "Hey, can you pay my cell phone bill?" And all of a sudden, I would just ended up having to start paying somebody else's cell phone bill, and then he would have a friend who would want me to pay his mama's car payment or whatever. Like, and I just would do it because I was friends with these people, thinking that the money was always going to be there. But then I got injured, or I had to retire, or whatever, and then I had nothing. I had to go bankrupt 2 years later, or whatever. Let's see, Square Gooper, The Godfathers of Ganja. I haven't seen that one. Screwball. I don't know if I saw that. I do know this story though. It's really fascinating with the biogenesis doping scandal in Major League Baseball. But he did Cocaine Cowboys, The Kings of Miami. He did it again in 2021, and I've seen both of them. I know I've seen the first one, but I think I've seen them both. And then he did. He's really good. He has this like I know him so well. Like I don't know everything about him. I could barely name his name. I don't know his last name, but I know the name of his production company. I know the name of his production company. And I didn't even look this up, or like didn't I remember it now. It's called Rickon Tour. And Rickon Tour is someone who tells stories with skill, and he's good at it. And to watch that someday. But I don't know any of these documentarian companies. I just don't. They don't really. They're not that popular. But this one guy, Billy Corbin, I know his. It's called Rick Contour, and it's like a really cool name. I like. It's like to be able to like a good storyteller, someone who tells stories with skill. All right, back to OJ. Yeah, I went through the footsteps of all those people at one time in my life, even to the McDonald's where they would where Robert Kardashian and OJ Simpson would meet the cocaine dealer. It's a really interesting McDonald's. Like I don't eat at McDonald's. I've said it in the past. One time I had to go to the bathroom, but like that's allowed. But there's this one McDonald's in Encino, right off Ventura, that I went to just because, and it has the biggest fucking parking lot for a really busy area. It's just like I don't know how they got this. They must have bought this property like a long time. All kinds of drug deals would go on. Like, and I'm not talking like rough drug deals. I'm talking like high, like really important people would go there. They would get like a bag of McDonald's, put cocaine in it, and then just make an exchange in the parking lot. But I'm not talking like gangbang. You're talking about lawyers and doctors and like Hollywood executives and such, and athletes. Now there's just like that. The documentary we just saw. So an agreement that maybe you don't know for sure, but like, oh, there are a lot of questions regarding O.J. Simpson's son. Okay.
Could you think claiming the blood and socks? It seems like the crime scene tampering.
Yeah. No. It definitely was real. They were trying to plant. They were trying to frame O.J. for that murder.
Yeah, no, that's what. But who was trying to frame him?
The LAPD.
Really?
Yeah, dude. The guy, Mark Furman.
Aren't they Nazis?
That's correct, but when it's such a high-profile case, they want as much evidence as possible going in their favor. I mean, this made the LAPD like even more famous than it already was, but arguably like
Why do they need to be cops and just not give?
No, they don't want to. They don't want to take this to trial and lose the case. It makes them look bad. It makes them look like they're taking innocent people to trial and locking up innocent people.
Where's the innocent people going?
Well, like basically the argument is if they're going to lock up O.J. Simpson, who is a multimillionaire, famous person, then your random guy on the street has no chance. So let's weigh the scale in our favor. Let's plant evidence against O.J. Simpson. And then when he's found guilty, we'll look really good, like justice was served. But it backfired for them because he ended up being found not guilty. And then there were all these questions about their dirty practices.
So it's literally just to send a message somehow that they're going to catch football player.
Not, it's just the fact that, look, if we're going to put all this time and energy into this, we want to make sure that we're going to win no matter what. We want the cards stacked in our favor. We don't want to leave any doubt in a juror's mind. And there was doubt.
Yeah, I guess. But why wouldn't they just do their job like unbiased?
Because there's a better chance that they could lose that way.
How did they lose? It's not a boxing match.
They see.
Like, do they have enough evidence to find? If we didn't, if the guy got away with it, they got away with it. They found enough.
It's extremely bad looking though if they quote unquote got away with it, because then it makes the whole department look bad, and people lose faith in their. They don't want to police as much as they were because they're like, look, they're taking innocent people to trial and trying to convict them, and they lose. So we need police. We need
Something like 80% of murders are like unsolved.
perhaps. I mean, like, how do you know? How do you even know what a murder is?
There's a bunch of murdered people.
No, I agree, but I mean, like, what do you consider a murder? Let's say you have a husband and wife. The wife gets cancer, and the husband doesn't let her seek treatment. Is that a murder? There's an argument to be made both ways. There's an argument to be made both ways. But what I'm saying is, like,
I'm talking about just cold-blooded, like, person shot, person stabbed,
right,
person,
right,
blah, blah, blah.
and that's another thing too. Let's say the LAPD, this is in Brentwood, there are 3 places in Los Angeles that traditionally they're called the 3 Bs. There's Beverly Hills, there's Bel Air, and there's Brentwood. Now there are some areas that are as nicer. There's Malibu, and there's some other places, but those 3 are major places. That's not just where millionaires live, but multimillionaires and billionaires. And if they find out that there's a murder in cold blood in their backyard and the police can't solve it, they lose all faith in the justice, and they lose all faith in their law enforcement agency. So it's in the best interest of the LAPD to do the deck, to weigh the scales in their favor, to tip the scales in their favor. It would be like this, right, sir? I mean, I don't know if this is a great example, but let's say you and I are playing chess against each other. And we know this chess game is going to be on national television or international television. It's in your best interest, if you don't want to get embarrassed, for you to use some kind of AI so that you don't lose what they're doing when they're planting evidence. They know that all eyes are going to be on them, and they don't want to lose. Because if they lose, there are very powerful people who are going to say, what are we funding with this police department? Not only that, if they could kill this woman and this waiter, could they kill me? Could they come to my house and someone kill me? So it's in the best interest of.
So the argument is let's just not fund any police.
No. It's not that. It's just the fact that there's a murder that took place, or multiple murders. You have a suspect. If you really feel the suspect did it, then put them away. And the police department recognizes that sometimes they don't always know who did it, and so they will add some things to their favor, like planting of evidence. That happened in this case. Not only that, I didn't go into it too much, but in other documentaries they go into the racial aspect of some of the police officers. Like they would say the N-word on recording, and it's like, okay, if you have somebody who's comfortable enough doing that, like, look, I mean, today it's different. Today you might have somebody who's like, I'm not going to say the N-word on a recording for any reason because I just don't think it's a right thing to do. But one of I know at least one of the detectives of this case had major aspirations to be an actor, acting, and eventually would be hired by Fox News as a consultant. He wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be on television, and he was caught on a recording saying the N-word at least 150 times. Now it was for a role, but they didn't talk about that. But he was comfortable enough doing it on recording that he did. And I don't understand why they didn't go after the son originally, but I think that very quickly they found someone who they wanted to target, O.J. Simpson, and there was a lot of excitement behind that. And any evidence that went in any opposite way, they just dismissed.
Did any other like tampering of evidence out?
Yeah, it did. In the case, there was the planting of like a drop of blood, and perhaps some of the evidence was moved, like the gloves were moved, maybe, and the socks were found later. So this documentary didn't go into like there's more evidence. The most famous police chase in world history is with O.J. Simpson. I'll never forget where I was when I was watching it, and
I don't know why they showed that in the start. And they said that he was leaning from the like a gun to his head.
Yeah,
or something.
That's true.
Like,
but what they
was that after the murder had taken place?
Yeah, but what they don't show is when he gets to his house, the first person who greets him at the door is his son. And the police grab the son and he puts his arms around his back like they're going to arrest him. And O.J. Simpson just says, get in the house, don't say anything to anybody, basically. And I don't know exactly what it said. I can see their bodies, though, because there's like from a helicopter, and they never go into that. There's a lot of this documentary. He wasn't rushing home. He had a friend drive, but they shut down the 405. They shut down all the expressway or the freeways of Southern California. Well, the major ones, and it wasn't a high speed chase, but it was the biggest chase history of the United States and likely the world. And they were on his tail the whole time. And there were people on the bridges as this was going by who were cheering him on. Yeah. And like, I'm not gonna force you to watch anything that you
They
don't.
drove straight home. Why did they drive straight home?
Why did they drive straight home? He wanted to go to his house. So
Yeah, but why were they pulled over? Like there was a warrant out for arrest?
he was wanted for questioning. They don't ever really get into this story, but allegedly he was seeing his cocaine dealer in South Orange County, and they were on their way back from that, and that's when the police uh, caught wind of where he was. But they never talk about. I've never heard it on American anything that wasn't on the internet that OJ is a drug dealer. There's all kinds of other issues about this that like they don't go into in this documentary. That's why I say like the six-part documentary they go into a lot more, but I don't want to watch it now. It's too much. But maybe someday. But I'll just give you an overview. So OJ Simpson, if you don't know, was one of. Oh, we are.
I don't know if you're tired.
No. Okay, we'll watch it right now.
No, it's cool. Just give me a summary. Summarize it.
Well, no, down to watch it. I'll watch it.
How long is it?
It's 6 parts, about 40 minutes each. Dog, let's watch. It's not 6 hours. Okay, so let's watch it. It's called I'm getting it for you. It's really good. It's called "Is OJ Innocent? The Missing Evidence," and it's 6 parts. But I'll tell you what, just turn each part on like at 1.5 speed.
What's it called? Sorry?
It's called "Is OJ Innocent? The Missing Evidence." It's narrated by Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's dad. All right, I'm ready when you are. Let me know when you're shooting it. You can't.
1 second. Walking. the quality on YouTube is so dog shit. Another.
Wait, for that documentary?
Yeah. And the quality is so.
Okay, I'll be the judge. I mean, I know you're already the judge. What did I say it's called? O.J. Simpson? Okay, so it's a playlist by Judy W. I'll be the judge of that. No, it's perfect, dude. No, it's perfect. It's Martin Sheen.
No, but those voices are all distorted. It's brutal.
I, that's the one that we need. And just speed. It'll be fucked up anyway. And the reason why they have to do it that way is because they don't want a copyright strike. They have to have that weird thing in the background going, and then they show it in a solar window. That lady's amazing. Oh, and you're amazing for doing that. Can you hear me or no? We're watching something too. It just started. It's on O.J. Simpson.